The Social Democrat Party narrowly won an election in the eastern German state of Brandenburg. 3 weeks after the far-right Alternative for Germany made gains in 2 other East German states, the SPD came out on top. Results published by the State Electoral Administration say the SPD won 30.9%, while the AfD came second with 29.2%.
It is an important victory for me, it's an important victory for my party, and it's an important victory for the state of Brandenburg, because it's one of the biggest goal for us in the beginning of our campaign was to provide stability.
The SPD's victory brought a reprieve to Scholz, whose three-party governing coalition has fared poorly in elections so far this year. Scholz has expressed his desire to be his party's candidate for Chancellor in next year's federal election, with this weekend's vote also being watched for what it might signal about his political future. At a farmers' market in southern France, locals expressed their frustrations over the recent appointment of the new French government. A left-wing coalition won the most seats in June-July elections, but the government announced over the weekend is dominated by centrists and conservatives.
Je pense qu'on prend les mêmes et qu'on recommence. La gauche est quand même arrivée en tête aux élections qui se sont présentées. Il n'y a personne qui les représente. C'est pas tellement logique.
C'est un film historique. Pourquoi? Parce que Macron, il fait ce qu'il veut.
Others are cautious, saying that it is too early to pass judgment on the work of the new government.
Du moment qu'ils arrivent tous à s'entendre pour faire avancer la France dans le bon sens, eh ben c'est formidable.
France's new government was announced 2 months after elections that produced a hung parliament and deepened political divisions as the country grapples with financial and diplomatic challenges.
An explosion in a coal mine in eastern Iran killed at least 52 workers and injured 17 others, local sources said on Sunday. The disaster marks one of the worst mining incidents in the country's history, as others remained missing hours after the blast. Weeping miners stood alongside mine cars that brought up the bodies of their colleagues, all covered in coal dust. The Iranian Red Crescent Society is working on rescuing those still trapped below the surface. Authorities blamed the blast on a leak of methane gas. Such gases are common in mining, though modern safety measures call for ventilation and other measures to protect workers. It wasn't immediately clear what safety measures were in place at the mine in Tabas.
The United Nations General Assembly approved a blueprint to bring the world's increasingly divided nations together to tackle 21st century challenges. Those issues range from climate change and artificial intelligence to escalating conflict and increasing inequality and poverty. The so-called Pact for the Future challenges the leaders of the 193 member nations of the UN to turn promises into real actions that make a difference in the world. Its goal is to encourage international peace and security, foster inclusive societies, and ensure technology is for the common good of mankind. The pact was adopted at the opening of the 2-day Summit for the Future called by UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. International delegations in attendance at the summit included German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and 2014 Nobel Peace Prize laureate Malala.
Work is in full swing in Greece's capital region Attica to make it flood-proof for the winter. Local crews are cleaning streams that could threaten many areas. For the governor of Attica, Nikos Hardalias, here on a visit to get an impression of the progress being made, this is essential work. However, it is beset with problems.
Δίνουμε τη μάχη του αυτονόητου. Δηλαδή, αναδεικνύουμε ζητήματα τα οποία θα πρέπει να έχουν λυθεί. Θα πρέπει να υπάρχουν τακτικές εργολαβίες καθαρισμών. Προσπαθούμε όλο αυτό να το εξορθολογήσουμε, να μπει μια τάξη. Το μεγάλο μας πρόβλημα είναι το πρόβλημα της των αλληλοκαλύψεων. Δηλαδή υπάρχουν ρέματα που καθαρίζουμε εμείς, ρέματα που καθαρίζει το Υπουργείο, ρέματα που καθαρίζουν οι Δήμοι. Αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι όλο αυτό δημιουργεί πάρα πολλά προβλήματα και πάρα πολλές παθογένειες.
Σύμφωνα με την περιφέρεια της Αττικής, μέχρι στιγμής έχει ολοκληρωθεί ο καθαρισμός 19 ρεμάτων σε περισσότερα από 10 χιλιόμετρα, ενώ μέχρι τέλος Οκτωβρίου εκτιμάται ότι θα έχει ολοκληρωθεί ο καθαρισμός ακόμα 19 ρεμάτων και έτσι συνολικά θα έχουν καθαριστεί περισσότερα από 30 χιλιόμετρα.
Delays of important projects in local government due to bureaucracy or lack of resources are common. But Nikos Hardalias has submitted a detailed proposal which can be implemented step by step.
Μερικώς προχωράει το κομμάτι της πρότασης που αφορά στον τρόπο που πρέπει να διοδοτούμε τα έργα αυτά, ώστε να μην χάνουμε πάρα πολύτιμο χρόνο. Έχουν γίνει κάποια βήματα σημαντικά, όμως χρειάζεται μια συνολική αναθεώρηση των εργαλείων των νομικών που μας δίνονται και κυρίως των χρηματοδοτικών εργαλείων. Διότι έργα χωρίς χρήματα δεν υπάρχουν. Εύκολα οι κυβερνήσεις μας στέλνουν τις αρμοδιότητες, αλλά πρέπει να συμπληρώνουν και με τους απαραίτητους πόρους. Χωρίς χρήματα δεν μπορούμε να εκτελέσουμε έργα.
The region had previously suffered severe damage from massive wildfires, which reached the northern suburbs of Athens earlier this month.
A biodiversity initiative launched by nature and environmental protection groups in Switzerland did not succeed in a referendum held on Sunday. Over 60% of voters rejected the idea, which aimed to increase green spaces untouched by human development. Switzerland is renowned for its pristine lakes and majestic alpine peaks, but its plant and animal life is under great threat. The initiative called for public funding to encourage farmers to set aside lands and waterways to help wild landscape develop. It also would have prohibited the construction of new railway lines through protected dry meadows. Proponents pointed to threats to Switzerland's bees, frogs, birds, and other wildlife, as well as dwindling natural resources. The federal government and many rural voters opposed the plan, arguing it was too expensive. 630 million euros is already spent on biodiversity protection each year. Another proposal on pension reforms was also rejected in Sunday's referendums. The plan would have required employers and workers to raise their contributions into compulsory occupational funds, an idea widely opposed by unions. Referendums take place 4 times a year in Switzerland, far more often than any other European country.
Prisoners in Finland have been participating in AI annotation training as part of a rehabilitation program. The aim is to reduce repeat offending by equipping inmates with modern skills.
So this current AI data labeling project started in 2022. So it's been running for about 2 years. And it's currently done in 3 prisons. And one of them is a women's prison, and then there are 2 men's prisons. And this is done in collaboration with a software company.
Human input, such as data labeling, helps AI system development. And with the Finnish language only spoken by 5 million people, hiring native speakers can be costly in a high-wage economy like Finland.
As our software tries to interpret text material and different details about construction projects. So then we need to teach the language models to understand Finnish language and to understand construction context.
But experts stress such programs are limited in scope and should focus on rehabilitation.
It's good to give the prisoners something to do, to have structure in the day, to help them for the adjust to the eventual release back to the civilian life, so that you would have slightly more likelihood of not committing more crimes when you are released in the civilian life. And data work in general is seen as really helpful in this.
The Finnish authorities say other Nordic and European countries have also now sought consultation on digital rehabilitation projects in prisons.
Vibrant leopards leap out of frames and large taxidermied lionesses pounce onto zebras. A menagerie of still-life animals and self-portraits are on show at a new exhibition of Antonio Ligabue's beguiling works in Bologna. 100 pieces by the visionary artist are on display, including some never before seen by the public.
Sono dei veri e propri ruggiti di colore. È la sua anima che si esprime attraverso questa grandissima capacità che ha di strutturare un'immagine attraverso l'uso del colore, e lo fa con violenza, con ardore, con passione, mettendoci dentro tutta la sua anima.
Ligabue's life was anything but a blank canvas, as the isolated artist only enjoyed relative success at the end of his career. But his vivid vision of the human kingdom and himself continues to capture European hearts.
The ocean is the cradle of life. Explore the new opportunities and challenges that lie within our seas. Meet the men and women who work in the blue economy. And discover the projects and policies that protect our oceans. Come with us on a voyage of discovery in Ocean on Euronews and Euronews.com.
Want to be inspired? Start your sensory journey with the Euronews Culture newsletter. Sign up now on euronews.com/newsletters. Delivered every week to your inbox.
We didn't witness May 68. We didn't witness the fall of the Berlin Wall. We didn't witness the World Cup of '98. We didn't witness one of these great victories that are remembered by an entire generation. But that's okay, because we will also get our victory by committing, by raising awareness, by campaigning, so that soon we can end the AIDS epidemic. Now it's up to our generation to write history.
Travel is changing. Travel changes us. What will travel look like tomorrow? Hopping from place to place. Taking care of the environment. Taking care of ourselves. Leaving a positive footprint. Encountering different cultures. Losing ourselves in nature. Our journeys are changing. And so is the way we travel. Change how you see the world.
Euronews. The news.
Thousands took to the streets of Tel Aviv demanding the Israeli government reach a deal to secure the release of hostages captive in Gaza. It is the latest in a narrative of mounting pressure both domestically and internationally on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mass demonstrations have occurred on several occasions over the last few months. While some may want to see it as a turning point, Netanyahu has been here before. Protected by a parliamentary majority in the Israeli government, his strategy has largely been to ignore their demands. Protesters could be seen lighting flares and holding signs during the demonstration. The war in Gaza began when Hamas launched a surprise attack into Israel, killing around 1,200 people and taking 250 hostage. Around 100 people are still held captive, a third of whom are believed to be dead.
An explosion in a coal mine in eastern Iran killed at least 52 workers and injured 17 others, local sources said on Sunday. The disaster marks one of the worst mining incidents in the country's history, as others remained missing hours after the blast. Weeping miners stood alongside mine cars that brought up the bodies of their colleagues, all covered in coal dust. The Iranian Red Crescent Society is working on rescuing those still trapped below the surface. Authorities blamed the blast on a leak of methane gas. Such gases are common in mining, though modern safety measures call for ventilation and other measures to protect workers. It wasn't immediately clear what safety measures were in place at the mine in Tabas.
21 people have been wounded as Russia launched a fresh round of strikes targeting high-rise apartments in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, authorities said on Sunday. Up to 60 residents were evacuated from the area, with 16-story and 9-story buildings sustaining critical damage, according to local officials. Kharkiv has been a frequent target of Russian attacks since Moscow launched its all-out invasion on neighbouring Ukraine in February 2022. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky condemned the assault while reiterating his government's request to obtain defensive long-range capabilities from Western partners. On Sunday, Russia also launched a drone attack damaging energy infrastructure in Ukraine's central Poltava region and the northern city of Shotska, local officials reported. Over the border, Moscow authorities said Ukrainian shelling wounded 10 people in Russia's southern Volgorod region.
Cyprus hopes to join the European power grid by 2028 or at the latest 2030, following an interstate agreement signed with Greece. After months of negotiations and finalised by the Cypriot president during a visit to Athens, the deal was signed by energy ministers from Greece and Cyprus this weekend. Cyprus's energy lines will be joined to Crete and then pass through the Mediterranean to mainland Greece and the rest of Europe. The goal of the project will be contributing towards lifting the energy isolation of Cyprus, as well as promoting the Greek strategic goal of becoming a clean energy transit hub.
Hey, brought my
Reaching
coffee.
the agreement proved a challenge amidst delays
Brought
and
my
disagreements
coffee,
between
turning on the
both parties.
camera. Nice. All right. Hey, how are you doing? How
Points
are
of
you doing?
contention included final shared costs, due
How
diligence,
are
and
you doing, though?
cost-benefit
I'm worried about that.
considerations.
How are you? How are you, my man? How's the beer drinking going? Tasted anything
However,
good?
rapid progress was made over the past
A
few
lot of
weeks
problems
in
in
bridging the
Donetsk,
gap
front
and working
line.
out a deal.
But Kursk is relatively good because now Russians kill
The
Russian
cable will
civilians
link
instead of
networks from
Ukrainian
Europe
ones.
and Cyprus in a project costing 1.9 billion euros and later stretched to Israel.
I mean, when you say it like that, yeah.
The European Union
Better
were
than
funded
what
with
it
the
could
sum
be.
of 657
Still
million
quite
euros.
sick, but better than what it could be. Oh, I'm still in the same room. I've brought in
German
certain
Chancellor
shit
Olaf
into
Scholz's
it.
Social Democrat Party
Drink a lot
narrowly
of beer.
won an
Something
election
good,
in the
something
eastern
good.
German state of Brandenburg. 3 weeks after the far-right Alternative
Feeling
for
a bit
Germany
sick.
made
Oh
gains in 2
no.
other East German states,
Oh
the
shit.
SPD
Is
came
it?
out on top.
Is it
Results
serious?
published by the State
Because if
Electoral
it's serious,
Administration
that's
say the
making me
SPD
really,
won
really worried because a lot
30.9%,
of
while
my
the AfD
family
came second
has
with
COVID.
29.2%.
A lot
It
of
is
my family
an
got COVID. I don't know how.
important
It's like
victory for me. It's an important
pockets
victory for my
of
party,
family that
and
are
it's
not
important
connected
victory
to each
for the
other,
state of Brandenburg
right?
because,
Like they don't interact
it's
at all,
one of
basically. But they got COVID,
the
which
biggest goal
means
for
that
us,
several small
in the beginning
villages
of our
in
campaign
Croatia
was, to
have COVID as we
provide,
speak.
stability.
So I'm rather worried about that. Not that
The
serious.
SPD's
That's
victory
good. That's
brought a
good.
reprieve to Scholz, whose
Mega good
three-party
Croatian
governing
beers, the
coalition
Garden
has fared
Brewery. What,
poorly in
really?
elections
They're
so
good?
far this
They're
year.
good, they're good? I need to try them.
Scholz has
I've
expressed his
been
desire to be his party's
lacking on
candidate
my
for chancellor
beer
in next year's federal
drinking
election,
journey
with this weekend's
recently
vote
because
also
I
being
got
watched for what it might signal about his
got
political future.
into tasting what's the word? stronger
Thousands
alcohol
of
shit.
homes were washed away
Basically,
by
you know what I
flooding in the
learned?
Romanian county
I
of
learned
Galati,
that there
leaving
are
thousands
kits
displaced.
to make your
Romanian
own
towns, roads and
infused
bridges have been
alcoholic
devastated by
drinks.
the recent
So, for
extreme weather
example, you can
and
buy
accompanying loss of
gin,
life.
you can put it in a
While the
bottle,
water
and
has
then what you
receded,
get in a
houses
kit
full of
is
mud
like
have been
a
left
bunch of
behind.
those little
Homes,
bottles.
goods and furniture were destroyed.
There's a word for that, but I don't know what it is. A
In
bunch of
Italy,
those
the
little
cleanup
bottles with
began
like
in
different
Emilia-Romagna. Volunteers came
spices
to help
in them,
those heavily affected
and you
by
add
the
them
weather.
to this, and you let it stay for
The
a while,
extent
and then
of
you
the
get one of
damage
those
is
like
still
infused
being
drinks.
evaluated, but
And
on Friday,
it's
Italian
been great
Premier
fun
Giorgia
so far.
Meloni's
I love
government
it.
approved an initial
So
allocation
currently
of 20
I'm into
million
my
euros
stronger
in
drinking
aid.
journey, which makes me
Flooding was
feel like
expected to
an
reach its
alcoholic.
pinnacle in
Really,
Hungary
I
as
feel
the
I should
Danube
slow
River
down with that
reached
shit.
peak level. In preparation for a new wave of flooding,
Man,
key
my
infrastructure
coworker
points such
also
as
has
metro
something.
entrances were fortified
We don't
with
know if it's COVID,
sandbags.
really. We don't know what it is, but it feels like
Prisoners in
that. So
Finland have
I
been
don't know, man. Just
participating in
be careful
AI
on that. Be careful
annotation
on that.
training as
COVID is
part of a
spreading in Croatia
rehabilitation
again.
program.
We're having lots of people sick
The
again.
aim is to reduce repeat
So it's been
offending
a
by
great worry in
equipping
the past few
inmates with
days,
modern
genuinely.
skills.
So this
By the way, I
current
saved
AI labeling.
the latest news bulletin for when I bring my coffee up, because these ones are just live, but they will go on
Data
forever.
labeling.
And also I did maybe had COVID, maybe a little cold. Oh shit. I mean, if it was little, I guess it's good, because what's the word? There's likely not going to be any long-lasting effects. I'm really worried about long COVID, my dude. I'm really, really worried about that. My aunt had it really severely the first time. She couldn't smell anything for like half a year after having her first COVID. And recently she got COVID again. And again, it's like she's the only one in the family who has it. The only one in the household who has it, right? She lives with her husband and they have grandkids coming over frequently. The grandkids don't have COVID. The husband doesn't have COVID. She has COVID. So I'm very worried, like, if there's going to be more severe consequences this time. Number one Serbian stream. How dare you? How dare you? No. Actually, that's a misunderstanding. Serbs are a branch of Croatians, right? Serbs are Catholic Croatians. No. Orthodox. Fuck, I messed up. Serbs are Orthodox Croatians. Therefore, every Serb stream is a Croatian stream, but not every Croatian stream is a Serb stream. The circles overlap. Yeah. It affects women more often? Fuck. So that means it's going to get researched way later in the future, because no one's going to be giving a shit. That's amazing. That's incredible. That's just, yeah, lovely. Lovely, isn't it? Actually, look what I have. Since I was learning my drawing shit, look what I prepared for this stream. I prepared this so I can open MS Paint, and then I can be like, look, alright? Croats, this is a big circle, Croats. Look at me. These, circle here, Serbs. Alright? Every single Croat, you have a Croat streamer here, is a Croat. Alright? Every single Serb streamers here, also Croats, because they are within the circle, right? But not the other way around. Not the other way around, my dude. It doesn't work the other way around. Like, not all Croats can't fit inside the Serb little fraction of the stream. That's just that would make no sense. That would be completely against science as we know it, all right? And you know, being against science as we know it is like really, really frowned upon on this stream. Definitely. We are very reasonable and no. Just fully based in our views, all right? So keep an eye out on that drawing stream. Yeah. I'm trying to normalize using the tablet more often, because I really want to be finishing my portfolio soon, but it's not going to happen, my dude. It's not going to happen.
The Democrats narrowly beat out the far-right AfD in regional elections in Brandenburg.
Whoa, I saved actually a whole video on this. But yeah, Germany barely managed to beat the Nazis.
A blueprint to tackle issues like climate change.
Oh,
and
talking about
security was
this, I don't know if
approved
they're going to mention it. Probably no. But have you heard of the Czech delegation going to Assad? They're going to Assad in Syria. The idea is that we're going to take the Syrian refugees in Europe and we're going to return them to Syria. Despite the fact that they are going to get tortured and executed back in Syria, we're going to give them back just because we want to make a deal with Assad. That's literally the only reason behind it. We want to make a deal with a fucking war criminal, so we're giving people to kill. That's that. Like, ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. They imagined some safe zones inside Syria. There are no fucking safe zones inside Syria. All of the human rights organizations are confirming that the situation in Syria is getting worse every day. The idea of, like, taking refugees and just chunking them over there is insane. Fucking insane.
The United Nations General Assembly.
Hey, thank you for the lurk, man. Thank you.
German Chancellor Olaf Scholz's Social Democrat Party narrowly won an election in the eastern German state of Brandenburg. 3 weeks after the far-right Alternative for Germany made gains in 2 other East German states, the SPD came out on top. Results published by the State Electoral Administration say the SPD won 30.9%, while the AfD came second with 29.2%.
It is an important victory for me, it's an important victory for my party, and it's an important victory for the state of Brandenburg, because it's one of the biggest goal for us in the beginning of our campaign was to provide stability.
The SPD's victory brought a reprieve.
Why don't just let him
Scholz,
speak in
whose
German and
three-party
like
governing
translate it?
coalition has fared poorly in elections so far this year. Scholz has expressed his desire to be his party's candidate for Chancellor in next year's federal election, with this weekend's vote also being watched for what it might signal about his political future.
Not too happy about that.
At a farmers'
Not too
market
happy
in
about
southern
him being
France,
the
locals
Chancellor.
expressed their frustrations over the recent appointment of the new French
They also
government.
don't have limits. Did you know that? They have no limits on the
Coalition won
Chancellor.
most
He can
seats
just,
in June-July elections, but the government announced
like,
over
if they
the
agree on
weekend
him,
is
he's
dominated
just going
by
to stay there
centrists
forever.
and
It's going to be like Merkel.
conservatives.
Je pense qu'on prend les mêmes et qu'on recommence. La gauche est quand même arrivée en tête aux élections qui se sont présentées. Il n'y a personne qui les représente. C'est pas tellement logique.
C'est un film historique. Pourquoi? Parce que Macron, il fait ce qu'il veut.
Others are cautious, saying that it is too early to pass judgment on the work of the new government.
Du moment qu'ils arrivent tous à
What's
s'entendre
data?
pour
A
faire
former
avancer la
dictator of
France
Yugoslavia.
dans le bon sens, eh ben c'est formidable.
We lost a couple of kilos. I wish.
France's
I
new
wish.
government
Not
was
a couple, a
announced 2
few.
months after elections that
A few
produced
of them,
home
a few of them
parliament,
only.
deepened political divisions as the
I've
country
been.
grapples with
Wait.
financial and diplomatic challenges.
Actually have a comment on the French situation, so you gotta wait. But I did some researching into like gym shit and stuff like that, and what I learned is that like you should go through periods of like bulking and cutting. And ironically, I learned the terms like recently, and then I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do some cutting to try and like form my muscles properly. So what I've been doing is like quite a lot of dietary changes in order to try and I really want to have those sexy muscles. The ones, I think it's the tricep. I'm really stupid when it comes to like fitness, right? I just do it. I don't learn about it too much. But I really, really want to be having some like really, really sexy muscles up there. So when I do the like I have the so basically that's what I'm trying. So yeah, I did lose some kilos. So far I have no muscles, but I do have a bit more of a lean physique, and I'm happy about that. Quite happy about that. Yeah. Haven't been exercising for a few days though, because I did get my surgery. I think I sent it in Discord. I had a surgery to like remove moles. Is it moles? I don't know. There were parts that were like, might be Susie. you might want to take parts of you cut out and then sent into the capital for testing so we can see if you have certain like conditions. And I was like, yeah, sure, absolutely. So I've been absolutely unable to do any proper exercises. It feels horrible. It feels horrible. But yeah, I did get into gym science from like a very shallow point because I don't really care about it too much, to be completely honest. I just want to look really hot, but I don't really want to learn all the mechanisms behind how people start looking very hot. So everything I know is information that has been like forced upon me, not something that I wanted to learn. Talking about stuff that I did want to learn, I was looking into the McDonald's triad very recently, like yesterday. I managed to actually find the original document where it was described for the first time. You know, I was like, we haven't gotten like the preview to this, but the McDonald's triad is the idea that like you can tell in children what they are going to become violent adults in the future. So the idea is that if they do bedwetting, if they set fires, and if they torture little animals, later in the future it is very likely that they're going to be very, very aggressive individuals, right? And I actually managed very happily to get my hands on the document that was the first one to describe it. And it wasn't even about them growing up to be aggressive individuals like that. It was about them growing up to be individuals who threaten other individuals. That's what it is. Like the OG, the first time that McDonald noticed the triad exists and that these signs in childhood are, you know, possible to predict certain behaviors in adult age, is when he was looking at adults who make threats against other adults. So that was really, really cool. He also has the whole explanation of like why they do these threats and how if for some of them it's a way to like attempt to control the environment and to control the people around them, mostly because it's the sort of control that they have lacked throughout their childhood years. Also connections with trauma. So for example, if a child is bedwetting past a certain age, usually it's a sign of like deep issues. So which is why mostly if your child does have bedwetting issues, past a certain age, they're going to be having a conversation with a therapist because there's a possibility that there's something uncovered going on. Of course, it always can be something just like mundane, but you never know when it comes to these things, and it can be a sign of a bigger issue. So that's what I've learned. So that was rather fun. Got a bunch of new books too. That's what I was really, really interested in. But like gym and fitness shit, not really my thing, my dude. Not really my thing. Hey, yo, Kim, how are you doing? What do you mean, who dis? You joined the Pokemon gym? Nice! I started playing Pokemon Go again, and I started playing Monster Hunter now, which is a game made by the same group that made Pokemon Go. It's just you hunt monsters. Like basically the same shit, but you walk around and you slay monsters instead of going around hunting Pokemon. So it's getting me to walk a bit more, which is good. Because if you want to lose kilograms, that was one of the things that I actually did learn. If you want to lose kilograms, what you want to do the most is increase your passive calorie use. Kind of passive, not really, but like, you know how people who walk to work regularly and walk everywhere are skinnier than people who like drive to work? It doesn't matter if you go to gym really. What matters is that you lose calories throughout the entirety of your day, right? When you go to gym, what you're mostly doing really is buffing up the muscles. So these muscles would be losing calories passively because they do require them to keep existing. But you can easily do this with just, you know the whole thing with like 10k steps a day. You genuinely can do that shit. And it's going to improve the way that you lose weight. Or just make sure that you're always doing something that would require you to be physically active in more passive ways, but throughout the day, because that is how you lose most calories. You do not lose most of them in the gym. If you've been having like those mobile phone apps or something where you count how many exercises you do, You know those, like, you do squats while you hold your phone, and then it counts each squat, so you know how many calories you lost by doing them all. And then you know how you look at the number later, and it's really disappointing. It's because these exercises really are not meant to lose calories overall. They are good for building up more muscle mass, and more muscle mass means more calorie losses passively. So that's that. But also like diet. Just diet. Just diet. I feel a lot of fitness chicks online, to be honest, are trying to sell you the idea you can eat a lot and lose weight. And I feel that's a lie. I feel that's fully a lie. You can't. You simply cannot. It's not going to happen. You're not going to be changing your lifestyle and your exercise plan so drastically that it can carry the weight of all the calories you're intaking. You really can't. So you're gonna need to do some planning. You're gonna need to learn, what are good sources of protein, shit like that. You're gonna need to do some basic like dietary changes. And yeah. So I don't watch fitness chicks. What I do is, if I don't feel like exercising for a day, I'll take in like some random fitness chick video and follow with it if it's got good music behind. I usually try to find like some songs that I've been listening, and then I just follow with that because it makes it more fun. And I've learned that if I like power through one video, then for the rest of the day, I'm more active overall. Like, I'm more likely to actually do my 10K steps because I powered through like one song. So the video itself doesn't consist of the exercise routine, but it's a good way to push for it. So yeah, do that. Hey, yo, Demi, I know where you live. Nice. I know where you live too. That's quite a dangerous situation. It's like two cowboys holding guns on each other. When we had massive outages and I walked for 20 plus kilometers, 900 stairs each day. Holy shit! 900 stairs each day. Like what? Up, down, up, down, up, down? Up and down, 450. Holy shit. What was your highest weight? 72. 72 kilograms was my highest weight. That was my highest. Don't know what was my lowest, to be honest. I've been one of those girls who were into 50s, low 50s for a very, very long while, and then I just started getting stronger, let's say stronger. I never was like fat, but I do get mushy. I get mushy. I get all... not a big fan of that anymore, really. For a while I wanted to. I was trying to fatten up. 72 was the result of me trying to fatten up because I really, really wanted to have tits. And now I'm kind of over that phase. Now I wanna have some sexy muscles. So I'll be trying to do that to have some sexy muscles. And then we'll see what I do after. Swimming so much in the summer, I'm actually quite fit. Nice! Yeah, swimming is the best exercise, apparently. Swimming is the best exercise. So, smart. Happy to hear that. Gluteus maximus muscles must be swole. That too, have you seen those gym shit? Oh, what's the name of that Instagram fitness girl with her really good ass? She's a brunette. And for a while, she was really, really popular with like Balkan Instagram users, which is how I found her, because they were posting like ridiculous comments under her videos. But I remember years ago when I was still working as a waitress, she started making videos with this like gym equipment thing. And it's like stairs. It's basically stairs, and you can set up how quickly they exchange, and then you just like go up the stairs for a whole day in the gym. And at the time I was waitressing, and I had like stairs leading outside of the bar. So when the bar was empty, I would just go up and down constantly. I would intentionally like make some small business outside. I don't know. There were like 5 glasses on the tables outside, and I would be bringing them in one by one. So I would have a reason to go up, down, And it was actually great. My ass was looking amazing. So I should be doing that again. Hey, Yorkshire. Seems to be many pro-Russian people in politics. Yeah, it's a big, I think, result of the fact is just it's just profitable to be grifting. Like, have you seen that kid on Twitter recently? The kid who was in Ukraine, and he was staying with Ukrainians. He knew what was going on in the war. He says he went to visit Bucha, but I'm not sure that I don't know if he did. But basically, he knew everything about the situation. They offered him to go to the front line. He was too scared to go to the fucking front line, right? And then he goes and he makes Twitter videos about how American taxes are supporting people living normally in Kiev. And then he got called out. There was an interview done with him. He gets called out in the interview, and he just like goes full coward mode. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know how my videos are gonna be taken. I didn't know how it's gonna be misrepresented. You knew, you little bitch. Like, you knew. And I was Twitter. I haven't been using TikTok for a while, so I'm kind of proud about that. I haven't been clicking on that app for a very, very long time. Smelling like an old mushy lake. Wow! We have an old mushy lake here. I didn't actually go swimming in it this summer, but there's talks of like the dead people at the bottom of the lake, so I'm rather worried about that. Also very interested. I feel it would make a good expedition. I feel I would be really, really interested in swimming around if I could get like a diver suit and just go research what's down at the bottom of the lake. You remember that one time when like Google Maps took the image of a lake from up above, and what was seen on this image was a car from a person that has went missing like a while ago. And yeah, that's how the search operation has been basically ended. They just found that car in the lake and the person was inside and they like fucking drowned. I wonder if something like that exists like fucking everywhere. Who said good ass? I said good ass. I said good ass. Really easy to have a good ass if you go up and down the stairs quite often. Also talking about the Frenchies, because I wanted to comment on the Frenchies. The way I understand Macron's decision to put in the center-right person and not someone from the left side as the prime minister is because the left side is going to be immediately vetoed by the right-wingers, because right-wingers also got a lot of votes in the last elections. So his idea was like, all right, I'm not going to appoint someone who's going to get immediately vetoed as they speak. Instead of that, I'm going to put in someone from the center, technically center-right, because they're not going to get immediately vetoed, so they might have a way to cooperate with both right-wingers and the left-wingers. So again, both got quite a lot of votes in the elections. So I think I'm not completely angry about the decision. And also, I don't know how much I trust the left. So, overall, can't be too mad. There's a lot of Twitch politics. Oh, my man, yeah. I've tried not to be getting too much into those types of conversations recently. Apart from fucking Twitter. So on Twitch politics, I've been following normal people. I've tried really hard to be following just normal people. For a while it worked. How dare you call my face stupid? But yeah, I feel it. I feel it. Don't like Russia and China because Jehovah's Witnesses are illegals. Oh my man, talking about that. My relative recently, she calls me. She's like, I got a message in the mail and it's really weird. Can you come see it? I'm like, what? Message in the mail? Like, is someone threatening you? The fuck is it? No. Like, it's really suspicious and you need to come see it. Because I'm usually the person who, like, when people get those mobile phone scams, they come to me. They're like, is this legit? And what I usually go is I say no and I delete the message. So I guess she was like, oh yeah, this is the same when it's IRL. So I look at the message and it's a Jehovah's Witness group in the city, and what they do is they printed out a bunch of like letters, and it's basically, hey, you're probably having some hardships in life, you're probably questioning some things. So if you want to be having conversations, if you want to be meeting people who are on the same page at you, maybe you want to be, you know, joining our group to kind of hang out and figure out just solutions to your problems, really. But the letter is it's written in one of the programs, but it looks like it's handwritten. So what got her really scared is that she thought someone wrote a letter specifically to her because they saw her struggling and they wanted to get her as a part of the cult. So yeah, that was really funny for me. But I went to their website then. Went to their website and oh, it's very silly. They have a whole thing, which is like science sources, and you have to contact them. You cannot get to the science source from the website. You have to contact your local Jehovah's Witnesses center, and what they promise to give you are the sources from leading scientists that are against vaccines, against blood transfusion, and that disprove evolution. I have not contacted them yet, but now I'm kind of thinking about it. We could review it on stream. Why are you talking about my nose? Russia offers a lot of money for American streamers these days. Yeah, it pays. It pays a lot well, so I can't even blame them for selling themselves like little sluts, you know what I mean? Like, if I could get a lot of cash money, maybe that would also be, I don't know, doing some deranged shit. Not really shilling for Russia. Selling feet pics or something, I guess. There's like a level to how deranged I would be. Twitch chatter who joins every Ukraine stream and starts his talks about Jesus. Oh shit, no. Oh shit, no. Is that the dude we got? If you know who it is, let me know. Because that sounds ridiculous. Like, why even? What's the point? Though it reminds me, when I was live streaming Paladins, there was a dude who was going to every Paladin stream and talking about how we all need to convert to Islam. Which is not really the same situation, but really similar situation, isn't it? Mod?
An explosion in a coal mine in eastern Iran killed at least 52 workers and injured 17 others, local sources said on Sunday.
Why? All right. Yeah, sure.
The disaster marks one of the worst
I
mining
trust your
incidents
judgment,
in
I
the
guess.
country's history, as others remained missing hours after the blast. Weeping miners stood alongside mine cars that brought up the
honest,
bodies
I
of their
saw-
colleagues, all covered in coal dust.
I was kidding, no, please.
The Iranian Red Crescent Society is working on
saw
rescuing those still
a-
trapped below the surface.
Fuck you, I
Authorities
forgot
blame
now.
the blast on a leak of methane gas.
I saw a GIF
Such gases are
from his
common in
newest
mining,
video. I
though
thought it was
modern
good.
safety
I
measures
thought it was
offer
good. Haven't seen the video
ventilation and
itself.
other measures to protect workers. It wasn't immediately clear what safety measures were in place at the mine in Tabas.
I'm just like, I got him all.
The United Nations General Assembly approved a blueprint to bring the world's increasingly divided nations together to tackle 21st century challenges.
Well,
Those
yeah.
issues range from climate change and artificial intelligence to escalating conflict and increasing
Hey, I
inequality
saved a video
and
on the
poverty.
AI regulations too. I know nothing about them.
The so-called Pact for the Future
Work in
challenges
1
the
hour.
leaders of the 193
Good luck.
member nations
I'm
of
on
the
vacation.
UN to turn
I'm
promises
on
into
vacation
real
right
actions
now.
that
You know
make a
who's on
difference to the
vacation?
world.
It's me. I'm on vacation.
Its goal
I have
is
no
to
work today.
encourage international peace and security,
And then
foster
when I
inclusive
finish my
societies, and
vacation,
ensure
now,
technology
when
is
I
for the
finish
common
my
good of
vacation,
mankind.
which is a short one,
pact was adopted
it's going to
at
be
the opening
lasting
of the two-day Summit for the
until,
Future
I
called
think,
by
middle of
UN
next week.
Secretary
Start
General
of next week.
Antonio Guterres.
I don't know, but I'm on
International
vacation right
delegations
now.
in attendance at the
But I will
summit
not be
included
having a
German
vacation for
Chancellor
like
Olaf Scholz and
5
2014
months.
Nobel Peace Prize laureate
5
Malala.
months afterwards. Nothing. 5 months afterwards. Nothing. Just like constant work for 5 months. So, yeah. I'm enjoying it now because I will not get to enjoy it for a very long time. Man,
governor of
5
Attica,
Pokemons.
Nikos Hardalias, here on a visit
Okay,
to
now
get an
I'm at home.
impression of the progress
I'm at home.
being
I'm in
made.
my house.
This is essential
Oh,
work.
I just gonna did some
However,
arranging.
it is
I did some
beset with
arranging a little bit
problems.
because when I wasn't streaming, I was doing some like cleaning and shit around, and I moved everything everywhere, so nothing was in the place where it was. And now I just kind of tried. Like I woke up early in the morning and I tried to figure out how to make the camera so I'm actually in the screen because I don't know where it was standing before. I'm not sure which position it was in. I couldn't guess it. So yeah, it's a new setup thing. Apparently it makes me look skinnier, so I'm liking it. Christmas? I have nothing around Christmas.
Σύμφωνα με την
I have
περιφέρεια της
nothing
Αττικής, μέχρι
until
στιγμής έχει
the
ολοκληρωθεί ο
month of the
καθαρισμός
next year,
19
so
ρεμάτων σε περισσότερα από
jealous.
10 χιλιόμετρα, ενώ
Jealous.
μέχρι τέλος Οκτωβρίου εκτιμάται ότι θα έχει
How many
ολοκληρωθεί ο
days vacation do you have?
ακόμα 19
Shit.
ρεμάτων
I
και
think
συνολικά
22.
θα έχουν καθαριστεί περισσότερα από 30 χιλιόμετρα.
Delays of important projects
Should be a bit
in
more.
local government due to bureaucracy or lack of resources are
22
common.
is like the summer
But
one.
Nikos Hardalias has submitted a
But then we
detailed
also have
proposal
the
which can be implemented step by step.
we have some free days starting the
που
year.
αφορά στον τρόπο που πρέπει να διοδοτούμε τα έργα αυτά, ώστε να μην χάνουμε πάρα πολλά
How much? I have no idea.
πολύτιμο χρόνο.
Should look it up. I genuinely don't know the exact number. I know I had 12 in the summer and I know I'm having 10 now. And I know that then next year, start of the year, but like third month approximately, I'm gonna have it again. So it's like all of it is
The region had previously suffered
used.
severe damage from massive wildfires,
32?
which reached the
32
northern
would make
suburbs
sense, I
of
guess.
Athens earlier this month.
A biodiversity
What?
initiative launched
Bastard.
by nature and environmental protection groups in Switzerland
Bastards.
did not succeed in a referendum.
Oh
held
no,
on
the referendum
Sunday.
failed.
Over 60% of voters rejected the idea, which aimed to increase green spaces untouched by human development.
Oh shit, I was listening about
Switzerland
this
is
yesterday
renowned
at the
for its
news.
pristine lakes and majestic alpine peaks, but its plant and animal life is under great threat.
Man, I
The
thought it's gonna
initiative called for
succeed. I
public
genuinely
funding
thought it's going to
encourage
succeed.
farmers to set aside lands and waterways to help wild landscape develop. It also would have prohibited the construction of new railway lines through protected dry meadows.
That sucks balls.
Proponents
That
pointed
sucks
to
balls,
threats
the
to
Swiss suck.
Switzerland's bees, frogs, birds, and other wildlife, as well as dwindling natural resources. The federal government and many rural voters opposed the plan, arguing it was too expensive. 630 million euros
Too
is already spent
expensive.
on biodiversity protection
For
each year.
Switzerland, you do nothing but get cash.
Another proposal on pension reforms was also rejected in Sunday's referendums. The plan would have required employers and workers to raise their contributions into compulsory occupational funds, an idea widely opposed by unions. Referendums take place 4 times a year in Switzerland, far more often than any other European country.
Oh, it's because I am directly responsible
Prisoners in
for a
Finland
lot
have
of
been
big stuff.
participating in AI
Install the pager
annotation
memes.
training
I have not missed the pager discussions though. I have not missed the pager discussions.
By equipping inmates with modern skills.
I actually do wonder what's the
this,
opinions, what's
current
the
AI
consensus on that?
Data labeling project started
Because I'm
in,
feeling,
2022.
man, I'm feeling when it
So
comes
it's been
to
running
a way
for
to
about
attempt
2
and, you
years.
know,
And
absolutely
it's,
destroy
currently
terrorists,
done in 3 prisons.
blowing
them
up
is a
equipment that you are
women's
absolutely
prison,
sure
and then there
only
are
the
2
terrorist group
men's
is
prisons.
using is quite a
And
good way to do
this is
it,
done
actually.
in
Like,
collaboration
there's an
with the
operation
software
quite impressive, really. I don't know what to tell you.
Human input, such as data
I am aware
labeling,
there
helps
were
AI system
victims,
development.
civilian
And with the
victims,
Finnish language only
certain
spoken by 5
number of
million
them. I
people,
don't know if I
hiring
saw
native
like the
speakers can be
exact
costly in a
number because it
high-wage
kept changing
economy
for a
like
while.
Finland.
But like when it comes to minimizing the possibility of civilian casualties, I genuinely don't know if there was a better way to do it. Like as an operation, it seems quite
to teach the language models to
well
understand
organized
Finnish
and
language
yeah,
and to understand
as precise as
construction,
it really can be. Like no
like
one else is going to
context.
be using the Hezbollah pagers. I
But
mean,
experts
idiot,
stress
fuck.
such programs are limited
But I
in
did see
scope
lots of
and
people
should
having
focus
discussions
on
over this, and also I
rehabilitation.
think one of the terrorists
It's good
daughters brought the pager to her father, so she died. Yeah, and it's being used as a way to, you know, condemn the entire operation itself. But I don't know, my man.
Not committing more crimes when you are related.
I don't know if there was a single way to organize an operation that attempts to destroy a terrorist group that would minimize casualties more. Like, I genuinely don't know what would be a better way to do it. I truly don't know. There's always going to be some dangers towards civilians, absolutely. That's a tragedy. Definitely. And there's always going to be a danger to civilians as long as terrorists are allowed to run around. So, you know. But, yeah, I don't know if there was a way to do it in a way that's like cleaner. Really? She's also Batman, probably. True. No, genuinely. It's because I am responsible for the big shit you see happening, right? Have you seen the Brenner drone? Liquid fire dropped upon Russians? Me, personally, me. Logo of my retail shop on the fucking drone. Man, the drone was so good. Holy shit, that drone was so good. Depends who's doing the classifying as terrorist. Like, could your phone explode because a foreign power doesn't like what you post online? Yeah, I feel I've seen the arguments about that like this is in a way creating a situation where no one is really safe. But I feel there's, how to say this? If there's a foreign power that doesn't like what you post online to the extent of being willing to put you on an actual kill list, if it had a way to blow up your phone and kill you, it already would. Like, this operation is not going to make them start doing that, you know? They were able to do this because of the specificities of these pagers, and they were targeting a very specific group, right? But, like, it's not like, you know, it's not like the only reason Russia isn't killing opponents to Russia in other countries with blowing up their phones is because no one else did it before, so it's unthinkable to do that. No, it's because they can't do it. There's already no lines that certain aggressors would cross when it comes to eliminating civilians against them. So when it comes to that, like, you never are really safe from terrorist groups or terrorist states, like, for example, Russia would be in this situation. So I don't really think this operation itself is creating, you know, a situation where suddenly everyone's gonna go, oh, people carry phones. They knew it. They just can't do shit about it, really. As budget equivalent, K plus they drop cheap vodka on the Russians, so it gets them drunk, and they start shooting at each other. It's actually quite a good thing. It's quite a good thing. I feel we could buy one of those like cheap vodka brands, you know, the really shit ones. And I've heard that when you drink the shit vodka, it makes you get severe headache when you are drunk from it. So it's like a plus. You get a bunch of very drunk Russians, and also they have headaches, so they are easily, you know, being irritated. They're just going to do the job for us. Probably already doing that, shooting each other drunk. True, but getting alcohol is rather hard. Alright? I feel we should just make it easier. Just like drop it. Just give them a crate of vodka each. Drink your heart out, baby. They not already get a vodka ration. I don't know if they get rations at all, considering certain videos we've seen. I don't know if they get shit. I don't know if they get anything. I'm feeling that they're just like chunked there and that's that. I don't think in a situation where they're not really getting proper nourishment overall. I don't really think they're getting vodka. It feels like something the higher ups would be drinking themselves. White phosphorus looks cool but scary because it was in a palm that was outlawed. Hey, when it comes to what sort of chemicals are not to be used in warfare, I would need to be updating my knowledge on this. I have not been looking into that during my during my vacation. I have not been looking into that. I know something was used, filmed to be used several times previously, but it is not like technically illegal to be using it. Murdering their own villages before Ukrainian troops are even close. Yeah. Videos of them just like looting shit and everything. Their own people. Their own fucking people. Wild. Absolutely wild. Like looting their own shops and shit. Wild. I don't know. No. Not really unexpected. Just why? Why? Hasn't really been used since like 2008 in Gaza. There are weapons that look very similar in Ukraine, Russia, and Lebanon recently, but they are thermite for elimination or clearing foliage. Oh, so that's what I'm thinking of then, I guess. Yeah, I really need to be updated on this. I'll need to look into it for next stream. I'm hoping, by the way, Wednesday. I'm hoping streams every 2 days during the vacation time, and then we'll see. Hope that I work morning shift. Yeah, I remember there was like something that was misrepresented. So yeah, I'm really lacking in knowledge when it comes to that. By the way, Frionis. Gotta find Frionis to see what's the new vid. And then we have to look into the AI thing, because I know nothing about the AI regulations, but I am a bit interested in it. Here you are. English dubs? I guess he has English dubs on all of them, doesn't he? Oh, the red lines?
Слушаю. Владимир Владимирович, Украина пересекает наши красные линии. Что? Немедленно дать решительный ответ. Но, Владимир Владимирович, мы уже 3-й год пытаемся уничтожить Украину. И кроме террора мирного населения нам нечем ответить. Слушай сюда. Если они продолжат пересекать наши красные линии, то весь мир увидит, что они у нас коричневого цвета. И нас перестанут бояться. А если не будет страха, то Украине прекратят связывать руки, и она получит разрешение на применение дальнобойного оружия по нашим военным объектам. И мы больше не сможем безнаказанно уничтожать мирные города. И ебать украинцев. Сделаем все возможное, чтобы их остановить. Не смейте пересекать нашу последнюю красную линию, иначе вас неизбежно ждут катастрофические последствия. Вы, наверное, плохо расслышали. Это последняя наша красная линия, и даже не думайте ее пересекать. Я не договорил. Эта красная линия самая красная из всех красных линий. Не шутите над нашими красными линиями. Ми будемо захищатись, і жодні червоні лінії нам не завадять.
Oh shit. Oh shit, for real. Yeah. Oh man. Did not see that coming, but yeah. True. Putin is the richest man? Like what, overall? in the world, in Russia. Anything that directly threatens his existence. Until you get there, go ham. Yeah, I actually do wonder if Putin's red line, which would be the one that threatens his existence, is the red line for Russia overall. Like, I wonder if Ukraine continues blowing up the ammo depots so successfully and also staying inside Russia. I do wonder if the red line of the rest of Russia is slowly going to change to something that doesn't really protect Putin that much. He's still absolutely going to stay alive. I don't really... I'm not saying that they will allow him to get like taken by Ukrainians or whatever, but I do feel like he will have to step down at some point, which is something that he definitely wants to avoid. But I don't really think that Russians would be willing to keep him in power for so long if he keeps on failing. They're just going to choose someone who seems like a more competent person to go and commit a genocide in their name, I don't think we know how rich he is either. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We don't really know. We can't know how much money he has. That's absolutely certain. For the last 2 years, Russia has had 6 failures at ICBM tests. Man, have you seen the last one? Holy shit. Holy shit. Just humongous crater. It just blew the fuck up. That was silly. That was fucking silly. It is though. It is as far as I understand it. Fuck, what was the word used for it? I'm stupid when it comes to that, my dude. I'm a dumbass when it comes to my English vocabulary recently, alright? Yeah, it's the program being in development, so technically they're just like testing shit that they're still developing. So it doesn't mean that everything else they have is useless, but it is a horrible sign that it is failing. So
Уважаемые лапки Аладдинов.
Regularly.
Апти Алабудинов. Будьте здоровы. Расскажите, пожалуйста, что происходит в Курской области?
Что ж, украинцы, то есть 1000 французов, поляков и британцев пересекли границу России и были тут же нами остановлены.
Но ведь они не остановлены.
Значит, разминулись.
Что?
Послушайте, фронт большой. Ахмат всегда там, где нет врага. То есть там, где враг остановлен. Если враг не остановлен, то там нет Ахмата.
То есть вы избегаете боя?
Послушайте, это всякие там петушки-ЛГБТшники слухи распускают.
Понятно. И сколько эта обстановка на фронте продлится?
Эта ситуация продлится 2-3 дня, поэтому берем попкорн и наблюдаем за тем, как наши уничтожают противника.
2-3 дня? Но ведь прошло уже 3 недели.
За это время враг понес колоссальные потери. Сотни единиц уничтоженной вражеской техники.
Вы же не про сотни фотографий одного уничтоженного танка говорите, правда?
Конечно нет. Послушайте, 2-3 месяца и ситуация полностью завершится.
Вы что, собрались отдать Курскую область противнику?
Ну, конечно же нет. За Курскую область мы будем воевать до последнего русского срочника.
Срочника? Но ведь они еще дети.
Они уже не дети, ведь 18 лет – это идеальный возраст для того, чтобы героически, а главное бесплатно, отдать свою жизнь за Путин, за Ахмат, за Родину.
Most importantly, for no pay.
И попасть в рай.
Oh, that reminds me. There's been a Serb recently who died fighting for Russian troops in Ukraine. He's been part of the invading troops. Man, have not actually expected to see the comments that they're mocking him. Serbs are fucking mocking this idiot. Deservingly so, because he was incredibly stupid. His idea was that he's going to go to fight for Russia in Ukraine, and then when they win, Russia is going to come help Serbia to fight for Kosovo. Which, like, the idea Russia gives enough shit about fucking Serbs, that it would send anyone to go fight for Kosovo is absolutely idiotic. Man genuinely gave his life for that. Genuinely gave his life for that. What an absolute fucking fool. And then his family has been playing him off as a hero, you know, doing the whole thing with like, oh, he gave his life for what he believed in, which was utter horseshit. Not really a hero for that, are you? But very interesting to see the comments. Very interesting. I've been doing the pushing of, do we think his family is gonna get a kilo of frozen fish? And it's gotten a lot of them to actually look into the videos of what Russians do get for their sons being killed in Russia, which, yeah, it's how you educate. It's how you educate the world, my dude. It's how you educate the world. A Serb life is worth less than 1 kilo of frozen fish in Russia, is what I've learned, because his family is getting nothing. His family is getting nothing, my dude, nothing. No paychecks, no bullshit, nothing. Not even like few wood for fire or whatever the fuck the Russians usually get. Chechen POE who had been accused by his compatriot for sexual abuse earlier, he's now in our jail? No, holy shit. That a Zolkin video? No, I haven't seen it. Man. In Ukrainian television Toronto, there was video about pro-Russian American child lover. Is he bald? No, that's a British one. That's a British one. There's two... What's his stupid name? There's two pedos that are pro-Russian. I think like either British or American, I'm not sure. One of them is bald, the other one I don't remember. And I think it was Ukrainian television Toronto that published on the fact that these two fucktards, they brought a 16-year-old girl with them to where they were reporting from, and then she committed suicide. And the two pedos are arguing which one of them sexually harassed her to the point of her committing suicide. So like they're pointing fingers at each other. They don't know which one it was. Absolutely fucking deranged. Just fully deranged. Also, there was the investigation done, which rather interesting that Russia posted it. But the investigation was finished on that Texas American, if you remember, the one who went to fight for Russian troops and then they killed him. And yeah, it was confirmed that they killed him and they tried to destroy the evidence. That's that. That's a whole thing. They killed the man who volunteered to come fight for Russia, killed the man, and then attempted to burn down the vehicle with his remains in it. So like all the evidence would be destroyed. That's that really. That's the entire story. Ukraine overtook Israel as the best intelligence before the war? Not really sure. I don't know how you would be measuring that in the first place. Russia and Ukraine war is lucky America didn't actually get forcefully involved other than sending Ukraine equipment. Yeah, no, definitely. I feel Russia is rather lucky that America is castrated at this point. America and NATO both. Their balls are being kept somewhere, and well, it's resulting in thousands of deaths. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a lesson that will haunt all of our leaders for a very long time. It's ridiculous. It's basically like the same shit that was happening in Yugoslav wars, 1990s, when they were watching a genocide happen and they just allowed the genocide to be happening. Like, I don't know if you've seen the footage, and if you've seen the reports from, like, Srebrenica, for example. They just allowed Srebrenica to happen. They were like, yeah, okay, it has to be ongoing. Oh no, Serbs, don't do that. No, please. Oh shit, you did it. It happens. That was that. And it took them quite a long time to actually respond to Serb genocide attempts. And then they were like, yeah, we have to learn from our mistakes. And then they didn't learn from their mistakes. So I'm rather salty about that. Yeah, I feel Russia is lucky that we are so retarded that we are allowing this to continue. when you said Bold Brit, I think about Bold and Bankrupt. Yeah, I think it's not that one. I think it's not that one. No, it's... What's his name? He was also doing stuff... Fuck, I know, I have to find it. He was interviewing prisoners of war who were being tortured. Like, he was actually complicit in it because... You don't fucking go and interview prisoners of war that you know are being put under torture. Like, they cannot give proper interviews in that condition. What's his stupid name? What's his stupid name? Graham Phillips. Graham Phillips. There's a Vatnik soup on him already. So yeah, a Russian asset who signed up to Russia's propaganda war. That's what it is. Him and another dude are the ones arguing about which one of them got a 16-year-old girl to commit a suicide. We're still the most powerful military in the world. Would have been a bad time if we actually got involved. Yeah, I feel... I feel there's a certain... How to say that? The amount of power one wields, I feel, is only partially in equipment that they have. And I feel another part is in the ways they are using mentioned equipment. Because like just hoarding really, really good shit, but just hoarding it to the side is not really how you keep yourself the most powerful country in the world and the most powerful military in the world. And I'm feeling what USA has been doing recently has been just absolutely and fully idiotic. I'm feeling that they rely on this idea of absolute power that USA holds, and they have shown that they are not able to protect that country from outside influences and from, Russian agents just like running around amok. It's kind of creating a situation where it won't really matter if you have the most powerful military in the world if it's staying in your garages while the country is overtaken by Russian agents. So, yeah, I don't know. Equipment should be used or it falls off. Yeah, but yeah, actually, yeah. Genuinely, though, genuinely, right? Like, what's the point of having so much good equipment and the strongest military if your allies are getting butchered and your own country is filled with Russians, spy and agents? What's the point? What's the strength in having this military when you have politicians in USA paid by Russia? So, yeah, to be fully honest, I don't know how much confidence I have in the strength of USA, because I think USA has shown not only an unwillingness to protect its allies, but also I think unwillingness to protect itself from Russia. I think USA is just like willing to sacrifice a lot of its strength for nothing, really. For nothing, for some illusion of Russians being an ally or whatever the fuck. French and like Germany stood up to Russia. They've had, the Frenchies and Germans both have had times of standing up against Russia and times of auto-translate is good. Times of standing up to Russia and then times of betraying us and pulling back. So it's like Italians. Personally, whenever I see them say something, I don't really trust it. I don't put much weight into their words, right? So when they go, yeah, Ukraine has to win, oh, Russia has to lose, oh, I don't know. I put more weight in seeing the numbers and seeing what Ukraine actually got from them than their actual conversations. America is holding back from creating World War III? No. America is creating an opportunity for World War III by holding back. That's what happens when you appease dictators. That's kind of the problem in this situation. And then in holding back from confronting Russia, America is creating a situation where America is weaker because it is refusing to confront Russia, which means that it's continuing cooperation with Russians, giving more validity to Russians and allowing Russians to strengthen their bonds with other authoritarian regimes, and also allowing Russia to send agents and spies into USA itself to run wildly around. So the USA appeasement policies, again, hurting everyone else, plus hurting USA, plus just like creating a red carpet situation for World War III to come running in, because we tried to do the same thing with Hitler, and well, I think we all know how that went. If it's Israel, we send 2 aircraft carrier task groups to defend them and shoot down missiles for Israel. But Ukraine? No, we can't do the same because it's Russia. Yeah. American blindness towards Russia is going to be a big danger for them, really. Oh, it's not about nukes. It's not going to be about nukes. This is never going to be about nukes. This is never going to be about nukes. The amount of nukes you have will not matter because nukes will not be used. This is not going to be about nukes, right? We can defeat Russia without nukes easily. We're not doing that in big part because we're trying to do the appeasement policies, and the appeasement policies are directly bringing World War III closer to happening. It's not about the number of nukes one has, because this is not going to be about Russia using a nuke to go and attack America. This is going to be about Russia paying more politicians inside USA to make it the Russian vassal state. And you're not going to respond to nukes with nukes to that. Your number of nukes will not matter. The Middle East peace plan is to sell weapons equipment to everyone for US. Means then selling weapons equipment to everyone. Which... who specifically are we talking about? Because I'm pretty sure someone like Iran, for example, is not getting USA weapons. Eastern Europe is kind of meh. They will help, but not too much. Yeah, smart. Don't rely on USA too much. Don't rely on USA, and especially if USA gets Trump elected, do not rely on them at all. They are going to betray us, absolutely. The little fighting they're doing now against Russian influence is going to completely stop in that situation. US is an open society, so that does make it accessible to foreign agents. We can keep that and deal with those specific foreign agents, or become xenophobic. Using military like bombing Russia, we aren't appeasing Russia, and we never have. No, that's not true. But Russia oligarchs in Austria, UK. I agree we should help Ukraine more and not hinder. But it is appeasing Russia to be making deals with them, to be making exchange deals with Russians where you give them war criminals back. Absolutely appeasing Russia to have any sort of a deal with scum. Plus, it is appeasing Russia to forbid Ukraine from using foreign weapons to strike Russian territory, even British weapons, because Great Britain has been pressured by USA to not allow the strikes to happen deep within Russian territory. It absolutely is appeasing Russia. Also, I would say that if you look at the interviews of USA leaders on this topic, if you look at the interviews, who was that woman who gave an interview recently on this? And then she was asked about why they're not allowing deep strikes inside Russia with USA weapons. Absolutely appeasement. Absolutely appeasement, my dude. Fully appeasement. And also, I think that being an open society, like there's a line between being an open society and becoming xenophobic. And you mention keeping the open society and dealing with specific foreign agents. The problem is that USA is not dealing with specific foreign agents. They've been allowed to run. They have been allowed to run around completely freely for years at this point, really. It is not true that USA did not know certain their influences have been paid by Russia. It is simply not true. That is fucking impossible, my dude. People have been getting thousands of dollars per week from Russia to spread their propaganda, and you're telling me that it has only been discovered recently? Come on. It has been allowed. This shit has been allowed, and it has been turned a blind eye to, and that is extremely dangerous. Nothing compared to EU's transitions, while the US has been funding and preparing Ukraine since Crimea. I would still say though that what USA is doing right now definitely is appeasement. It definitely is appeasement. We could like try to gauge how bad their appeasement is compared to certain others, like Germany, for example, definitely being the worst player we have on our side in that case. But I would absolutely say that what USA is doing right now is just blindly marching into allowing another world war to happen. Oh, Eastern Europe, there's a stereotype. It's still kind of Soviet and anti-USA. Oh, Eastern Europe, yeah, definitely. Like, calling them former Soviet states is always ridiculous. We ain't worried about Russia, we have far better stuff. Their fighter jets can't compete with the F-22 Raptor. Yeah, but like, again, you see the problem with that. Russia is not gonna get you with military might. That's not how Russia invades countries. It's not going to be about military might. It's not going to be about Russia sending in their fighter jets over. It's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is they're going to buy your politicians and they're going to be buying your influences, as they already are, to create a situation where they can just install their agents in your government and push their policies, and you're going to allow it. They're not going to be sending the military. That's ridiculous. That's not what's going to happen. The might of your military doesn't matter if you're not able to protect your country from foreign agents. Every time Estonia shows up in Western news, it's ex-Soviet state. Yeah, every single time. But like, ridiculous that Russia is never the ex-Soviet state. Why is Russia never the ex-Soviet state? Why are they the ones keeping their fucking agency throughout all of this? But then when it comes to everyone else, it's like, oh yeah, ex-Soviet states. What the fuck are we doing? It's not about being the world's protector, atheist. It's about not being USA's protector. Like, USA is allowing itself to be attacked from within. With the amount of Russian agents inside USA, inside very, very deep, very high layers of USA politics, this isn't about being the world's protector. This is about allowing USA itself to get pissed on by authoritarian regimes that are hostile to USA. Eyo, Vala. France is post-strike, yeah, that too. You don't have to, I feel you don't have to turn into Russia to stop Russia. But at the same time, I feel that allowing shit like, do you remember the stuff about Trump having really, really close ties to Putin? Shit like that. I feel the fact that his conversations with Putin have been not just allowed, but in a way normalized and defended by the American society is already showing a problem in that regard. Trump saying shit like, oh, I'm going to allow Russians to do whatever they want to NATO countries that are not paying 2%, already shows a problem in the way USA is leaning. Because in a normal country, a politician saying something like that would be political suicide. That would just be political suicide, completely. Betraying your allies like that, appeasing the warlord leading the country that is fully hostile to your country, in a normal country, political suicide. But like, in USA, oh, that's just Trump. He just says shit like that. That's just Trump. That's not fucking normal. That already shows a level of rot in the society, which has been allowed in big part because the Russia-paid politicians and Russia-paid influencers have not been dealt with on time. Oh yeah, definitely, like Hungary, France, Austria, Germany, yeah, absolutely. Those four, absolutely. I would maybe even add Italy to the list. But I'm like, also Great Britain. Great Britain are really important to remember, although they have adjusted their stance recently. For a while, Great Britain has been a huge hub of pro-Russian influence. They had a lot of their journalists, a lot of their writers working directly with like Russia Today, and then Russia Today people having influence in British media spaces too. Great Britain, I feel recently has gotten a bit more normal in this regard, but for a long time they were very problematic. Yeah, Italy woman, don't trust her more than you trust someone like Macron. She's saying a lot of strong shit, but very, very mild in her actions overall. Very mild in what she's actually doing, so I wouldn't put too much trust into her. They don't allow us to make PSN accounts, so we need to register for Finland. And some games need geolocation, which makes it impossible to play from Estonia. What? I had no idea about that. That's fucking stupid. No. Baltics and Balkans too, so we also can't do it. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, you're ex-Soviet. You need to set the location to Soviet Union.
Я не знаю, будет попытка его, короче, вставить, но может быть страйк, может быть не страйк.
Этот канал общается со всем, с кем, кто готов с ними общаться, и передает данные в ВСУ. Вот что они рассказывают. Это сокращенная информация, которая стала доступна благодаря российскому срочнику по имени Антон. Он попросил пока не называть его настоящее имя и заблюрить лица его сослуживцев. Мы держим слово, поэтому учитываем пожелания человека, на руках которого нет крови украинцев, и благодаря которому удалось обнаружить и идентифицировать группу кадыровцев, скрывающихся на Курщине. Изначально мотивацией рядового Антона стало даже не желание сохранить собственную жизнь, а жажда отомстить кадыровцам за издевательства, которые он и его сослуживцы терпели от боевиков подразделения «Ахмат Россия», прибывших на Курщину в начале мая. По словам Антона, с начала мая до 6 августа кадыровцы периодически наведывались к ним в казарму, заставляли срочников выполнять действия сексуального характера и всячески издевались, избивали ногами и говорили, что они, цитата, «русские линии, которые должны спасать». Антон говорит, что чаще всего к ним в казарму приходил кадыровец по имени Заур из 1434 МСП, которого иногда называли байкером. Когда в Курскую область зашли украинские силы, Заур сбежал и скрылся в этом подлеске, где срочники видели его в последний раз 7 августа. Позже из подробного рассказа Антона удалось установить, что этот кадыровец
неважно.
Расулович, член байкерского клуба «Ночные волки». Он родился в Гудермесе и сейчас прописан в Чеченской республике, село
неважно.
Благодаря Антону удалось обнаружить еще 4 сослуживцев Заура из состава 1434 МСП, которые скрывались в других локациях на Курщине. По скриптум. Этническое насилие, пишет информнапалм, в российской армии довольно распространено, хоть эта тема и табуирована. Так, в декабре 23 года получило резонанс открытое обращение письму матери солдата, который подвергался сексуальному насилию со стороны кадыровцев в оккупированном Первомайске Луганской области. Как сказать...
Байкер.
Позывной.
Твой. Заур.
Да.
Полк у тебя какой?
Как?
Подразделение какое он сказал?
Ахмат, Чечня.
Номер, часть.
1434.
Твоя?
Да.
Что мы будем делать со срочником Антоном?
Hey, thank you for joining, Bibi. Thank you.
Если правду сказать.
Русские СМИ должны писать. Что это?
Русские СМИ должны писать. Ну, это я понимаю, что это означает. Но такого я не сказал. Когда у меня один вариант был, ну, с ним что-то я накричал, там сказал им, и все, короче, отсюда там сказал, и старшина поговорил, и вышел. Оттуда. Вот так было.
Кто говорят? Антон или ты?
Я как первый раз я вам говорю правду. И буду говорить правду. Я не знаю, может...
Man, look at him trying to like...
Или что-то, может наговаривать меня, я не знаю. Ну, и допустим, там, если те, кто эти были,
Shit, that
там
was the
вообще,
sentence.
ну,
Oh
из
man.
них это было, ну, просто, если он хочет меня там из-за этого ненавидеть или
I
что-то,
assumed
тоже
something
может
similar,
быть, я
but
не
not
знаю
that.
точно.
Ну что, теперь можно сказать, что полноценно сказать, что кадыровцы
Man, he's
смотрят мои
trying so
видео.
hard to be like,
Добро
no,
пожаловать,
no,
приветствую.
never, me, no, I
Если
never
говорить
would.
серьезно, то,
Was someone
во-первых, ну,
else?
естественно,
He
мне
heard
не то чтобы
someone else say
оскорбительно, но,
that.
конечно, никакого страйка
Then
я
he
никогда не
blamed
кину.
me.
Поэтому что за подозрение в мой адрес? Надеюсь, вы тоже страйк не кинете за
That is
использование ваших
loud.
видео. Меня спрашивали часто, почему я не даю видео российских пленных, в том числе в этих разговорах.
That's
Я
the
всегда
video is
отвечал...
less interesting. Man, attacking man of your own. I'm in fire. Lots of man love. You know what annoys me? You know what fucking annoys me though? Why are Kadyrovits still fighting for Russia in the first place? It's such an annoying little thing, and I can't figure out the mindset behind it. Because with Russia in its current situation, it has to be just the fact that their soldiers are not really good at being soldiers. So they do figure that if they rebel against Russia, it's not really going to create anything good for them, right? Because in the current situation, with Russia being in the position that it is, Kadyrovits could easily just free Ichkeria from it. You could have your own country. Why wouldn't you want your own country that is not under Russia? Why would you not want to be, not under Russians that you obviously hate? Why would you not want to split up? Why fight for Russia and the Russian Empire? Do they think they're going to get something? Is it like Lukashenko thinking that he's gonna get the, was it general rank or something in the Russian army? Is it something like that? Like would Kadyrov be ready to be under Putin as long as he gets some medals? Why still fight for them? Obviously, you despise them. Why still fight for them? Fireworks made by Ukrainians, beautiful. Man, gorgeous. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. Also, the Russian responses to it, gorgeous. Heartwarming, really, wasn't it? The whole thing with like, I was just a small ammo depot. Bet you was seen from space. The explosions was fucking seen from space. You could see the... Beautiful, beautiful. I hope it happens more often. I don't know how they've been able to do it, but I hope it's something that is constant, and I hope, I just really hope they're successful in the future. Just absolutely fucking gorgeous. Man, the videos have been incredible. Holy shit. Did not expect to see that. I saw people posting about a big explosion. And I was always like, yeah, big explosion, but like surely a normal one. No. Not a normal one, not a normal one, a huge fucking explosion. He wanted to be a Russian colonel. Oh, could be that. I know he was some rank in the military that he was happy to, try and get. Which, I don't know. Even that, it's like, you'd be okay with being under Russians just to get a position within the military, but like, the military is corrupt. They're still being led by Russians directly. He was so salty about being in a union with Russia because it was an attempt by Russia to take over Belarus, but then at the same time he's like, yeah, I would be okay with Russia taking over Belarus if I get a rank. Why would you be okay with that? Why would you be okay with that? I don't know. What are you expecting to happen? Because you're not going to get a good life. You're not going to get a good life. Russians think you're scum. They're not going to give you some sort of a pleasant existence. All the sucking up to Putin you're doing is what you're already doing. So this is as good as it gets for you, really. What is there to be gained? I don't know. I feel nothing. I genuinely don't understand why they would not rather see history, remember them as people who fought off the Russian aggression and occupation and created a free nation, rather than just little, pussies. I genuinely don't see it. I cannot figure out what the mindset is. What? Russia officials didn't believe in God, but they admitted there's something out there because aliens don't let them fire nukes. Oh. You're taking some drugs, my dude. I was at a folklore event yesterday, and they were selling some hemp cookies. And there were quite a lot of grandmothers there wondering if eating hemp cookies is going to make them get hallucination. Hint, it's not. But, yeah. Maybe. Let us know what you have been taking. This is his last push. Dude ain't got much of a life left. I wouldn't be surprised to hear news he suddenly died of a heart attack or something. Yeah, that too. I see that. I can understand that in a way. Like he wants this to be his last legacy, right? Man, that how fucking cool. How just fucking cool is that? Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. 2.8 magnitude earthquake. Beautiful. I hope we get to see more footage like this because this is like a dream come true. A fucking dream come true, isn't it? Yeah, I've been getting a lot of these bots recently. I don't know why. And then, hey, yo, Caleb, how are you doing? I'm not even like banning them regularly. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I don't ban them, and because I don't ban them, they continue like appearing. Did you get any cookies? No, unfortunately I did not. I spent too much money. I was buying birthday presents and then I was buying Christmas presents because Christmas is coming soon. Did you know that? And I live on a tiny paycheck, so I need to start buying Christmas presents now because I can't buy all of them in December. And also the shipping issues are a problem. By the way, if you have good ideas for Christmas presents, let me know. If you have good sources, if you have something local that I can ship to here. Because I've been trying to I'm trying to consciously move away from like fast fashion and plastic bullshit. So I've been trying to seek out, like some proper shit. It's a bit more expensive, but at least makes me feel a bit like better. I don't know, in a way. So yeah, if you have any ideas, if you have any good recommendations, let me know. Also, when I was outside at the folklore event yesterday, had lots of questions about my vyshyvanka that I was wearing. You know, the black one with like golden details. I was wearing it on stream once, but it's getting too warm now, so she's waiting for colder age. But I did wear it outside yesterday, and she got a lot of compliments, and I advertised the Ukrainian shop that I got it from to every single person that asked about her. Every person that was like, oh, where did you buy this? I was like, oh, I got it from Ukraine. Here's the shop, write it down. Go and check what they have. So yeah, recommend me something similar. Eternally Americans? True. Oh, it's way too many of them. Way too many of them, and way too many of them taking the liberty to speak for everyone else. Is the goddamn kitchen done already? It is. And I think you also asked for the results previously, right? The ones I mentioned in chat. I'm getting my results for the skin tests in about a week. My kitchen is done. I have gotten the shank thing. I've gotten the shank, so the kitchen is completed. What I'm doing right now, this is where I bring out the bigger guns, the drawing. So here's what's going on, right? Let me explain the situation to you. So you can visualize this because it's really important for me that you do. Where the fuck is my brush? All right, here. This is the kitchen, right? The kitchen goes here. Here's the shank, all right? Shank. Sh-a-n-k in proper Croatian. Now, here's the hallway to the kitchen. So you're getting the kitchen, and here's like doors to the balcony. Now, what I'm doing is there's this room. They're like connected. There's no wall in between. There's this room, and it's like a living room / personal library. Because I already have books, I just don't have a place to put them. And now I'm arranging that one. I've got a couch, I've got another couch, And currently I have nothing else set in position. So what I'm planning to do is to put a shelf here, a big shelf here, and a big shelf here in the hallway. And I'm hoping that's enough to keep all of my books. Because what I want to do, what's my plan currently at this point, is to be using this space here to have a bar and to make cocktails. I've pre-ordered the Mass Effect cocktail book from Amazon, so I'm really, really happy about making cocktails and also really happy about infusing my little drinks. So what I want to do is create a social space that's like drinking cocktails, and then you go here to a couch and then you read one of my plenty books that I have on shit like politics. I have a lot of books on Yugoslavia. I have a lot of books on just like overall social commentary of different ages. Bought a whole collection recently that is referring to China, life in China pre-World War. So I'm kind of happy about that too. So I'm basically building a social space where I can manipulate my drunkard friends into reading more books with me. So yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan right now. Yeah, there was a whole thing. There was a whole thing where Twitter. There was a Twitter thread with like Christmas gifts from Ukraine. And I bought all of my Christmas gifts from it 2 years ago. And then last year I bought some of Christmas gifts from it because a lot of the shops have relocated. It was basically a collection of shops that were selling stuff from other shops. And then like you buy from them specifically and you help in rebuilding Ukraine. And they did send us receipts recently, like we helped build some schools and stuff like that with the money that we have given, right? But a lot of these shops are like working, basically it's like it opens, the website opens for one Christmas, they sell stuff for one Christmas, they collect all of the donations for that Christmas, and then next year they don't open the same website, they like open a new one and then you have to go and seek it out. So this year I still haven't found any. Let me find you the email from the Etsy shop though, where I got the Vyshyvanka from. Have to get a piece of clothing before Yule, or else the Yule cat eats you. What? Is there a specific the piece of clothing that I should be getting? Is there a specific one? Is there a are there rules? Or is it just like you get anything? You get anything really? Here she is. I'm giving you the link. I'm giving you the link. I'm trying not to be opening my email on stream, and it's going as well as you can imagine. Any piece books, nice. It's like the wedding thing, something new, something old, something, but it's like something new specifically, and it has to be this one, this one, this one. So she has a lot of really, really cool shit, and I've seen her stuff being sold quite a lot, so I'm thinking she's valid. You also get a lot of like it's a cute little gift package that you get with the stuff that you're ordering, with like a thank you note and stuff like that. I'm gonna be giving you the link. Holy shit, that's a very long link. It happens, right? But a really, really cool thing is, so go and check them out. They have them in different colors. The one that I bought, I was looking for something dark because I'm trying to control my wardrobe. Holy shit, there's a lot. Oh, it's basically this one, but in gold. So not black and like silver, but gold. And I love it. I think she's gorgeous. She's definitely getting noticed a lot. The design is very, very striking. Almost similar to this, but not this. But yeah, would recommend 10 out of 10. Always get one, wear it out to your folklore events if you don't have anything from your own folklore to be wearing. Very striking, absolutely. What did I click on? I was To motivate the cotton harvesters to hustle before frost. Ah, that also makes sense. Black Book have not played. No, what is it? Finland refuses EU request to accept critically ill patients from Gaza. Finland! Surely there's more nearby countries. Finland? Why would you request Finland? What's with the Finns? Why Finland? Specifically? Like setting it up as an entirety of the EU thing? Is that what they did? Did they set it up as like, oh, every country in EU needs to be taking some patients? And then some countries like refused? Is that what happened? Or like... Because it's kind of weird that there's Finland getting called out specifically. I don't know. Oh, God. Oh, God, really? No, that is actually amazing. That is actually amazing. Fuck, oh, man. We do have a kid's birthday party soon. It wouldn't arrive in time though, but man, that would be incredible. Oh, it's like you don't get a suit. I thought it was a suit. You get a dude to come in. I thought it's like one of those furry things and you buy the suit. You don't get the suit, you get a dude in the suit. That is incredible. That's just incredible. Man, that is great. I love how big of a celebrity he is. Your books are in what languages? I have Croatian, I have Serbian, I have English, I have some German ones, but the German ones are gifted. And I can't really read German. So there's no point to them existing. They just are here because I don't know what to do with them. They're really high quality books. It's just that I can't fucking read German. But they were gifted to me by the former priest who was here. Because they're books on the history of art in Catholic Church. And the reason he gave me those books was because the pictures are really, really good. And they explain the composition really well. So he was like, hey, yeah, like you want these books? They're like really, really good books. And we have no place to keep them in because they were doing renovations. He did plan to like come and pick them up later. And then he left for another church. And, you know, the books are now here in my possession. Genuinely good if you want to like analyze the composition of different parts of church art throughout history. Really, really good. Like it's all in pictures and, you know, it's numbered and stuff. So you can understand it, but I can't really understand the text. But yeah, I have it. We should do a thing. We should do a thing where like I create a podcast and I just get people to be drinking cocktails and reading books. I feel that would be incredible. I have a whole book, huge book, humongous book, which is like a red book about Tito. And it's just a big book with photographs of like what Tito was doing. So you have him meeting world leaders, you have him like traveling around, you have him inside the country going to meet the people, you have him like signing the documents and everything. Just like a humongous book that's basically a photo album of what Tito was doing. So, you know, it's like international. You'll be able to look through the pictures at least. Fuck, where was I on this? If Finland says they have no resources, then they have no resources. I could see that. It's weird to me that, like, Finland is getting pushed into this specifically and not everyone else is. You play as a young sorceress, fight evil forces in card-based battles, and explore the world where humans live alongside mythological creatures. Wait, I love the idea of it being based on Slavic myths. Because whenever I do want to get more into Slavic mythology, I forget about it. I'm always like, man, I really want to be knowing more about the the mythology of my people, and then I always forget. Black Book. Is it expensive? Because if it is expensive, I'm probably gonna be too poor. I'm a poor bitch recently. Trump got in trouble for breaking the law for withholding aid even temporarily. Even Trump was against the Nord Stream pipeline. Stupid, vain, corrupt, and opposed by his own party often, while he buffoonishly supported Putin's interests in an attempt to serve himself. But like, we talk about a stupid, vain, corrupt man supporting Putin's interests, who is currently in a race to become the president of USA, and does have a rather big chance to actually be winning. So I'd say it's not really, presenting USA but a light that he's doing so well, really doing so well. Stuff that should have been political suicide in normal countries isn't really political suicide, is it? Is it a Russian? Wait, no! No. If it's a Russian game, I ain't getting it. No. Don't be scaring me. Don't be scaring me. Hey, that's evil. Now how to check. Having a question mark down. Is it Russian? Okay, first I'm gonna check if it's Russian. If it's not Russian, it sounds very interesting. If it is Russian, unfortunately, I make it a point to not deal with them in any sort of a way. Yeah, Slavic mythology is really, really interesting. We have a whole thing with like a creature that screams around at villages, and that's the horror. It's a creature that screams around at villages. Because basically, have you ever heard of fox? Foxes have this really, really weird scream that they sometimes let out, and so do jackals. Is it a jackal? I don't know what it is, like a wolf but smaller thing that roams around European lands. A lot of animals around have like very screamy sounds that they make, and people of old times, when they didn't know what the creature was, they would just tell their children that it was the screaming creature that goes around. So now there's this screaming thing that goes around, and everyone thinks it screams differently depending on what sort of animals they are surrounded with. It's one of my favorite things when it comes to Slavic mythology, really. I think it's such a silly little myth. And it's so silly that, like, you hear someone describe it. Like, we had someone in the village recently go, no, it definitely does exist. And the way they described the scream was just like the fox's scream. So someone went on YouTube and found fox screaming. And they were like, is it this? And they were like, yeah. And they're like, no, it's a fucking fox. I heard it differently, though. And I know it exists because it didn't sound like a fox. So that was really, really interesting for me. Good chance you can get it donated, though I am scared of Russians. Hasn't been political suicide in Europe either. Yeah, that's true. And I do also condemn certain European lands for allowing shit like that. So, yeah, how it is. I feel we have a right to be calling out USA for this problem, and I feel like calling out USA for this problem isn't really the same thing as implying USA is the only country that has the issue within it, right? So yeah, because like when I say normal countries, I don't mean fucking Germany. I mean fucking Germany doing Nord Stream 2 deals with Russia for such a long time. I don't mean fucking Germany. I don't mean Scholz being a little coward. I don't mean the Germans. But yeah. Check the differences. Black Book is a dark RPG adventure based on Slavic myths in which you play as a young sorceress. Oh fuck. Oh yeah, Russian. Okay, I see that. They're getting in, little bitches. On one hand though, I do kind of like how it's become almost a political suicide for them to be using Russian in any sort of their entertainment creations. I kind of like that. We had a conversation about that on Twitter recently, about how many Russian influencers are not calling themselves Russian, but they say East European or they say Slavic, right? Because they know that writing Russian is going to get them absolutely hated, so they can't use it. So they try to take over someone else's identity, which on one hand, very expected out of Russians to do, you know, instead of accepting the responsibility for what your own country is doing and acknowledging that by being an influencer that is promoting your culture, you are basically promoting the culture of a nation that is currently attempting a genocide, and you need to analyze this a little bit. Instead of doing that, they're just like taking a different identity, and by that placing their culture as the main culture of the entire group that they're overtaken. So very expected out of them, but at the same time, kind of wholesome that they're feeling a bit embarrassed about being Russian. I kind of like that. Don't know enough about Slavic mythology to differentiate Slavic from Russian-specific folklore. I think there's differences in every Slavic country, but like the part where it becomes very clear that this is Russian imperialism at hand is, would you say the same for other Slavic countries? Like, would you say, oh, I don't know enough about Slavic mythology to differentiate Slavic from Croatian folklore? Because you probably wouldn't be using those two terms interchangeably, right? You probably wouldn't be using, in your mind, you probably understand that Croatia is just one small Slavic country in midst of all the other Slavic countries, and what is culture and what is mythology in Croatia is very likely not the culture and mythology of everything else. Like, they share something, but it's likely not a representative. But when it comes to Russia and Slavic, usually like people do pretend like these words can be used interchangeably, which is creating big issues, not even just when it comes to mythology conversations, but I don't know how much you guys follow like the online influencer conversations. There's been a real problem with Russian influencers recently, specifically Russian female dating influencers, presenting themselves as Slavic or Eastern European, which creates a situation where all the women from Slavic nations, from Eastern European nations, are getting painted over with what is the brush of Russian culture when it comes to dating, which means that we are expected to basically be whoring ourselves out. It's what it creates. I don't know if you've seen the way that they present the jokes in those videos, but it's always like, I want a man who is really, really rich and he's able to buy me and he's able to give me a good life. It's like mostly high-class escorts or like just the lowest of society. And it gets painted over the entirety of the group. That is what they do. They take something Russian, they paint it over everything that is Eastern European or Slavic. It is one of the ways that imperialism is being conducted. It's not translated, there's different descriptions. Okay, yeah, probably if it was translated, it would be using the same word, right? It would be using the same term. Yeah, so like they intentionally write it differently. Talking about Putin's war though, talking about Putin's war and games being out of politics, I don't know if you've been following the chess situation recently. But I'm gonna... Wait, is this a song? Do we have translations? I want to have English. Auto-generated? Proper. There's been a situation with the conversation about Russian chess players not being allowed in international events. And it took like one single day for a Russian chess player at international events to be shown in photos where he wears the Z shirt and like very openly supports the war. So I'm just feeling like we're not doing enough when it comes to reminding them what they are representing. underwater. Absolutely loving this. I do wish we had the translations though. I wonder what he's doing. I wonder what is the story. I know we're talking about 1700s, 1800s. I don't know enough about historical borders and such to even imagine what they mean. I'd use more vague regional terms because I would assume they'd be more fluid back then. I feel it's... But that would imply that the game makers see Russian as a regional, vague regional term. Right? In order not to see it as imperialism, it would imply that they use Russian to say it vaguely. Whereas I feel if they used the descriptor Slavic in both the English and the Russian description of the game, that would maybe make sense. But like when they use Slavic only in the version caters towards the English-speaking population, and then they use Russian on their own, I feel it's kind of intentional. It's like the, oh fuck, I saved the European correspondent. I have to show you the European correspondent. There's a translation, I wanted to copy it. I understand. Nice. I understand 0 words in that language. I understand 0 words in that language, my man. How? Literally 0. You know what it reminds me of? Where's my European correspondent? I have to show you. They recently made a... what is it? A newsletter, all right, a newsletter specifically on questions about Russian opposition. And it reminded me of something that has been a pattern in Russian opposition that we are seeing recently quite a lot. And it's that their messages in English are catered to different types of audiences that their messages in Russian are. You will very often be seeing this if you follow them on Twitter or any sort of social media, really. The way they say shit in English is very different from the way they say shit in Russian, because they know what sort of people are going to be reading those, and they know that for certain things that they say in Russian, they're going to get into real trouble in the West. So they can't allow themselves to do that. So they just shift the messaging around. So you see them like calling for genocide in Russian. Of course, not like openly, but they will be saying like, oh yeah, well, Ukraine has been created anyways. It's not like a real nation. So I'm just saying it's an artificial creation. I'm just saying, you know, it's not like they're real like us. And then on the other side, you have them speaking to English people being like, oh yeah, well, of course, Putin has been sacrificing a lot of Russian men. Absolutely. He is horrible for this and we should free ourselves from his oppression. And it's like when you look at the ideology behind their statements, usually they do stick true to their words. So they will very rarely actually contradict themselves. But what they do is like softly shifting the message and choosing different parts of the message to focus on when it comes to different audiences that they are speaking to. And I feel, you know, the switch between Slavic and Russian is a great representation of that. Because like for Russians, I'm assuming the game is, as you say, in a rather vague historical setting. For Russians, this is a way to go. Yes, our myths have been the myths of the entire Slavic world, absolutely. But we are the main civilization here. Everyone else, stupid, idiotic peasants with no culture until we came and brought them culture. We came and brought them our myths, right? So for a Russian mind, this is very encouraging of the mindset that they have already built in regards to their imperialism and fascism. Whereas to the mind of someone else playing, it's like, yeah, Slavic things. Slavs all share the same culture. And then when they get introduced to Russian imperialism, they will not know how to fight against it because they don't know how to recognize it in the first place. So what you get is them pushing more for it, which is how you got to the situation in the West where when you look into Eastern European studies in the West, for example, a lot of them are literally just Russian studies. It is just Russian studies. There's nothing Eastern European about it. It's just Russian studies. But that is how they have taken over. And because people in the West have been aware of what Russians do to take over, they haven't really been fighting against it. Russian media monitor is great for an English speaker. You can see how crazy the Russian media for Russians is. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why accounts like... What's her name? Julia Davis? The one on Twitter? I do follow her and I never remember her name. But I think she's great for that because she actually translates a lot of stuff that Russians are saying. And when you're having conversations with people about Russian actions, what you want to do is use that. You want to be using proper sources. You want to be using Russian news because it immediately places you like 5 steps in front of the whole argument about you're using Western news sources. Just use the Russian ones. Just use the Russian ones. You're having a conversation about Crimea. You're having a conversation about Crimea and whether people in Crimea wanted to separate from Ukraine. Don't be using the Western news about Russians invading, alright? These morons will not take them seriously. What you will go is you're going to go and grab that interview that Girkin had. It was a debate, Girkin versus, I don't remember who the fuck that on the other side was, where Girkin very proudly talks about how they invaded Crimea. How the local population didn't support them at all, local politicians did not support them at all, Ukrainian military did not want to allow Russians to be taken over, and they stayed loyal to Kiev throughout it all. He brags about it. He sees it as a personal accomplishment that he managed to do this. And he's actually rather angry that the entire story is being misrepresented in Russian media because he wants Russians to know that he did it. He was the one leading it, right? So what you have to do is take these sources because you give them anything else and these people will just go, oh, so you're listening to the CIA source? Interesting. Just absolutely ridiculous. Earlier in August, we sent out a survey asking readers what they would like to learn about Russia. Many expressed interest in understanding the current state and dynamics of the Russian opposition. To address your question, our Russian correspondent provides a guide titled Russian Opposition 101 in this week's Eastern Europe edition. Great. Great. Hey, Roman Protasevich. Before the dramatic flight landing, Protasevich was an active oppositionist to Lukashenko's government. 2 weeks after his arrest, he appeared on state television. In an interview, he criticized the actions of the Belarusian opposition and described Lukashenko as a man with steel balls. However, during the broadcast, journalists and family members noticed injuries on his wrists, raising suspicions of torture or coercion. Both Protasevich and Sapega were placed under house arrest while the investigation continued. Roman began actively cooperating with the authorities, testifying against opposition leader Tsikhanouskaya and other opposition figures. A year after his arrest, Roman revealed he had married another woman and no longer had contact with Sofia, who was eventually pardoned and released in 2023. We're getting like a whole talk about Belarusian opposition to be what? On the relationship that these two had? Who cares? Following his release, the man trained as an electric welder and started working at a factory in Minsk. He left for Dubai, although he had plans to return. Why should I leave? It's very good here, Protasiewicz said in an interview with the state television channel. What? Great, my man just like returned to be a propagandist, and that's that. Just fucking great. Vital link of Ukrainian resistance. Wait, they started on Russian opposition, then they switched to Ukraine, then they switched to Georgia. Oh yeah, I don't know if you saw this. Georgia did introduce the law imposing censorship and restricting the rights of LGBT individuals, basically prohibiting LGBT propaganda in educational institutions, banning broadcasters from airing scenes that depict intimate relationships of LGBT couples. Very Russian, very expected also, but very Russian and very concerning. They are having elections relatively soon. Not really sure how much, faith I have in those, but I have seen their opposition figures sharing links to websites that are supposed to be sharing information about the election process in Georgia and how to vote, how to register for voting, and also how to make sure that your voting rights are not I don't know what's the word, stopped. Basically, how to make sure that you do get to the voting booth that is the proper one and that they don't mislead you or whatever the fuck, so your vote doesn't count. So quite interesting, but yeah, I don't know how much hope I'm having in elections being held in a country that's in big part occupied by Russians and in another part occupied by the Russian politicians. Non-governmental organization Partnership for Human Rights argues that political homophobia and the promotion of gender inequality have been persistent agendas for the ruling political force. Such laws contradict Georgia's European aspirations, prompting Western leaders to urge the country's government to withdraw this homophobic legislation that undermines fundamental human rights. This has already caused the suspension of Georgia's accession negotiations, caused a series of Western sanctions, and could lead to the suspension of visa liberalization for Georgian citizens with the European Union, which has been in force since 2017. Talking about that, I don't know how much you follow the news on this. Don't know how much you follow it. Let me see if there's anything in English. Let me see if there's anything in English. Right, we can click on this. I guess it's good enough. There's already the suspension of EU visa-free deal with Serbia specifically being planned. Also definitely Bosnia. But what's going to happen is Serbs crossing into Croatia now, because we are the... What's the word? We are the border country for European Union and also the border for the Schengen, right? What's going to happen is they're going to need a visa waiver, and to get a visa waiver they need to pay, I think it's €7. It's €7, doesn't have to be approved, so they will look at your history and shit like that. It does last for a while, but then you have to get it again, and you have to basically prepare documentation in order to be able to apply for it. So they're pissed off right now. So I have seen quite a lot of Serbs mocking the situation in Georgia right now, because Georgia is, basically having the same problems right now that Serbia has, which is, to me, rather silly to watch. Russian opposition has been in exile for more than 2 years, and it looks like it has not been able to achieve much. Recently, it caught itself in a new turbulent crisis with allegations of the use of physical force against Navalny's right-hand man, making it harder for them to unite. This is a perfect moment to present Russian Opposition 101, which we've split into 2 key groups, those in exile and those still inside Russia. Fair. Why Serbs so crazy? Is it the lack of beach? It is. It is. I think it's also the rabid imperialism, but also the lack of beach. Have you seen the recent situation they had? Military vehicles. They're having military vehicles parading around the country to flex their military might. And one of these vehicles was being driven by a drunk man. And what seems to have happened is that he tried to overtake other military vehicles in the group. So there were like more of them driving in a line. And he thought the ones in front of him were too slow. So he tried to overtake them, which meant that he took this humongous fucking vehicle onto the other side of the road. And he drove directly over a car with an entire family in it, killed 5 people on the spot. So, yeah, Serbs are not really doing well right now. There's calls to like change the entire military leadership at this point because they tried to cover up the accident. It was a wild situation. Basically, you see the videos. Not the videos, you see the photos from the crime scene, right? And you see that the military vehicle is going in that direction, and the car was going in the opposite one, right? And you see them both next to the road on the left side, right? Which means like military vehicle was driving on the right side, right? So you had to go into the left side, and then the movement, when it drove over this civilian vehicle, it crashed it next to the road on the left side, right? It makes sense. But what they tried to say was that the civilian vehicle was trying to overtake the military vehicle, and that it drove in front of him in this like parade thing. It drove in front of him and wasn't driving quickly enough, and then the military vehicle just like drove over him from the back, which makes absolutely no sense considering the fact that this entire group of military vehicles was protected by police from both sides. You cannot enter between police vehicles as a civilian. Like if there's an entire group of protected vehicles in front of you on the road, it doesn't matter how slowly they're going, you are not overtaking the police at the end of this. You're not overtaking the fucking police. You're simply not allowed to do that. That's why the police is there to stop you from mingling with them, right? But also the crime scene photos clearly show that they were going in 2 opposite directions. So it's been ridiculous because the military has attempted to protect their driver, first by claiming that both vehicles were driving in the same direction, which again, photos show is not true. The photos are horrible, by the way. The car fully fucking pancaked, absolutely destroyed. But like you clearly see the direction was going in from the lights, and you know it wasn't the same one. But the military tried to protect him, and then when they figured out that the photos show too much, then they were like, oh yeah, well now we're kinda investigating a little bit more, and maybe our dude had some alcohol in his blood, maybe. But we tested alcohol in his blood and he's had exactly 0.2 promille, which is exactly what is allowed. They put him right on the line of what is allowed to have, so he wouldn't need to be, thrown into jail immediately for having too much alcohol. So, yeah. Most states are suffering from lack of beach. I actually can agree with that. Yeah, I can agree with that. I feel when you look at beachless nations, like, Serbia, for example, I feel you see a clear lack of common sense and reasoning. And also maybe that's why Serbia is so imperialistic. It just wants to have access to the sea. So it has to conquer over certain other countries to get sea access. Oh, Russians are just trash. To be fair, when you look at the republics of Russia, they also had to conquer quite a lot of people to get to the sea. So, they don't count if you count just Moscow's and St. Petersburg people as Russians. Their beach can't really compare to Croatia's beach, so it makes sense that's why they are so bloodthirsty. they're filled with ice, that's true. But also, like, very much doubt actual Russians go into areas inhabited by unlucky people that are, you know, surprised by them. First was set up by Navalny, second by Khodorkovsky, 90s oil tycoon who built his fortune by privatizing Soviet assets and was later jailed by Putin for political ambitions. Both structures have been in exile since 2021, when they were outlawed by Russia. Great. Both groups operate large media assets, including YouTube channels and Telegram channels with audience estimated in the millions. They also have investigation units. Navalny's team focuses on corruption investigations, such as the notorious Putin's Palace, Navalny's Anti-Corruption Foundation, author of the list of 6,000, the list of Russians responsible for the war that AFC wants to sanction. I mean, I agree with sanctioning all 6,000, but also, if you wanted a list of Russians responsible for the war, I feel it would be counting more around 100 million at least. Meanwhile, Khodorkovsky's dossier center has conducted numerous investigations into Putin, his inner circle, and his family. They both offer human rights services, which provide legal and informational assistance to Russians inside and outside of the country. Why there are different republics in Russian Federation, but there is no Russian republic? Oh, I feel it makes sense though, like when you're trying to, when you stop looking at it as a federation and you start looking at it as the empire, right? Because why would they create specific Russian republic? That makes it seem like Russians are actually in one specific republic only. But they want everyone to be Russians. Everyone is under Russians and everyone is Russian. Your cultural identity is erased. That was the whole point of Russification in the Russian Empire, wasn't it? Your cultural identity is erased. You are becoming Russian. You are learning Russian language. You are participating in Russian culture. Your own language, your own culture, we will forget that. We will ban that. We will punish you for practicing that. You're not allowed to be remembering that. So I feel it makes sense that you don't want any republic to be specifically Russian republic because you want the idea of everything being Russia itself, right? It's like, if you remember in 2022, how big of a conversation online was that you would tell people, hey, did you know that Russia is actually a federation and they have different republics? And people sent to the front line are mostly not people from Moscow or St. Petersburg. It's people from these poorer republics. They're still like a republic within Russia. And people would go, no chance. Russia is one country. What do you mean, a federation? Bitches or beaches? Yeah, I feel a lack of both bitches and beaches is creating deranged societies. So really, it just depends on who we're talking about. Real Russians are only people from Moscow and St. Petersburg. Rest is meat for the grind. I could see that. Yeah. It's like, you don't want there to be real Russians and no real Russians, but they still do separate between themselves, right? Navalny has managed to build a network of offices across the country since 2013. After Navalny was jailed in 2021, his organization was labeled as extremist. Khodorkovsky had a nationwide civic network called Open Russia. It suffered a similar fate in 2021. It had to go to exile after they were labeled undesirable. Navalny was Russia's most prominent opposition figure. His death in February was a tragic event for many in Russia and abroad, and was a huge blow to the country's political landscape. His wife quickly stepped into his role to continue his mission. Great. She now attends conferences, meets with prominent politicians, and receives awards. Her influence is yet unclear. Untrue. It is still too early to say if she has a chance to be a popular figure in Russian politics. Also untrue. You're racist, therefore evil, immediately turn around and call all Russian people orcs. I think there's two sides of that. First problem, Russia is not a race. not in American definitions of a race, not in European definitions of a race. Russians are not a race. Russians simply can't be a race. That's one problem. But the other problem that I think is more prominent here is that I think a lot of people conflate racism with what we might call collective responsibility. Which I do find to be a bit problematic. It kind of makes me feel like if World War II was ongoing and, you know, we were placing reparations for Germans to be paying to Allied governments, I feel like some people would call that racism, which I'm a bit salty about. I feel your people are not understanding the collective responsibility when it comes to that. When it comes to calling Russians orcs, I do see a bit of a problem with it, but mostly in the way that I think it's presenting them as genetically predisposed to violence. And I don't think it's about them being genetically predisposed. I think it's about their culture that they are participating in, creating this sort of mentality within them. And, you know, creating the idea of like, oh, they're just naturally stupid. They're just naturally barbarians. I don't really think it's doing us too much. But yeah, at the same time, I don't really think it's the same as racism, especially when it comes to the fact that Russians are currently attempting to genocide an entire nation. Orkostan is a multinational country. You could see that, yeah. Rings of Power Season 2. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. Not really sure. I think there's this real push towards grey morality in TV shows that I'm not too happy about when it comes to certain instances. I don't know how I feel about that. What we humans tend to define as races are the people looking similar who live in a certain area. Yeah, but there's like... Russians are not a race. By definition, Russians are not a race. By the American view of race, which is purely skin tone based, Russians are not a race of their own. By the European view of race, which has more to do with ethnicity, Russians are still not a race of their own. Like, Russians are not a race of their own. Simply, it's not a thing. When you blame the nation of Russia, the people of Russia, for this war, right? There's not one specific ethnicity you can be blaming. Russia is a federation. It is comprised of plenty different nations within Russia itself. You can't really be pointing out to a single one of them and saying, oh yeah, this one is like genetically evil, without also bringing in conversation other nations outside of Russian federations, right? You can't like separate them. They're a mix of like a bunch of different peoples when it comes to their ethnicity, who are just really tied together with the absolute trash imperialist culture of Russia as a state. Monstrous creatures that are brutish, aggressive, and malevolent. Calling people of a country that has brutally invaded and committed war crimes monsters isn't some kind of racial declaration. It's an insult. It's weird per clutching at that. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that too. Not going to be fighting against it, to be honest. Like, I do see certain arguments that calling them orcs is dehumanizing in a way that, you know how like have you guys been following the drama about the Russians at War movie, where like the director of the movie is trying really, really hard to explain why her movie is not Russian propaganda when it clearly is. And the way that she explains it is like, oh no, they just don't know any better. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they are participating in. They don't know any better. These are just some like poor dudes, and they've been thrown at the front line, and they think they're doing good. They genuinely think that they are helping Russia. They don't know that they're not, right? And you see how this view like takes away their agency, strips them of decision making, makes them just like stupid little fools in the game. They don't know. Feel bad about them. These are just some boys who have been misguided. I feel calling them orcs and implying everything that comes with that when it comes to the lack of intelligence and the brutish nature of orcs is doing a very similar thing. It's like, oh, they can't do any better. This is just what they are. They can't do any better, you know? This isn't a choice. It's not like they choose to participate in a genocide. It's just that they're genuinely unable to figure out what's going on. I do feel it's one of those ideas that we're not really benefiting from. But yeah, again, at the same time, I'm not going to fight against it. There are quite a few good Russians. Yeah, that too. I didn't notice that problem. No, the different people of Russia don't share the same shape. And I feel if you went up to a Russian and told them, if you go up to a Moscow and tell them they share features with like Chechens, you'd get beaten up. They don't share features. If you ever looked at like representatives of different groups within Russia, bro, no. Like Moscow, are you not aware that Moscow had, not just Moscow, St. Petersburg too, they had restrictions on who was allowed to get into the apartments, who was allowed to rent apartments in certain parts of the city, specifically designed so people from the republics of Russia that are not proper Russians would not be allowed to rent these apartments, and they were based on physical differences. No, Russians do not look all the same. You have people with very different physiques, very different ethnicities, different republics, sending their men into slaughter based on Russian culture that they all subscribe to. It's not about their like blood history or whatever. They don't share it. We were learning that 3 races? European, African, Mongoloid. Oh yeah, bullshit. Yeah, that's bullshit. I don't know how that was allowed to get into school, but that's bullshit. If I were to take an average 1850 guy and ask if Russians were a race, I'd say yes. I feel 1850 guys would be rather stupid in a lot of regards. Which brings me back to the previous conversation we had about the fact that a lot of Westerners did not know Russia was a federation until 2022, and plenty don't know it even now, right? If you went to an average 1850 guys and asked about, hey, what's going on in the Russian Empire currently, I very much doubt that they would be able to properly differentiate between different peoples there. And even then, like, you would be the idea of what is Russian from an average European guy would be not including just Russians. Not dehumanize them in action like war crime, but how you see them. If they didn't want to be dehumanized, they shouldn't have invaded and killed people. Yeah. They choose to be orcs, so don't be offended when they're called that. I see that. Yeah, definitely I see that. Like when I'm pointing out the issues with using that descriptor, I do point it out specifically from the point of like, I have seen the argument raised, and I do understand it. I understand why some people choose not to use it, but like, I'm never going to tell you that you shouldn't be using it against Russians. I'm never gonna, tell you off for using it. You're more than free to do that. But independent political satellites. Authorities have disbanded Hamas-linked groups and cracked down on Islamists. Chanting from river to the sea is banned because it implicitly supports the destruction of Israel. Oh, damn. What are Serbs? Pussies. Pussies. What's the word? There's a word I want to use and I'm going to remember it. Cucks. That's a word. Cucks. Serbs are cucks. It's a silly thing to write though. I feel like I need to check the news on this, but like authorities have disbanded Hamas linked groups. Surely like I'm pretty sure Germany recognize sorry, I'm dying. I'm pretty sure Germany does recognize Hamas as like a terrorist group. So if you have Hamas linked groups in your country, why did you not already disband them? Why did you not already do that? Why did you allow them for so long? That's a weird thing. A fragment of cluster munition that Russian planes drop on Russian cities in Kursk. Shit. Oh shit. That account is just unhinged? Yeah, that's also true. Visegrad has been a bit interesting when it comes to that. So that's true, that's true. Russia and Bucha truly dehumanize people. Ukrainians calling them by what those actions make them is just truth. Yeah, I also see that. Like there's always I feel there's a line to draw in morality you show to the aggressors in these situations. You know? And yeah, I feel crying about Russians being offended while they are killing civilians and leaving mass graves behind is not really a smart thing to do. Yeah, human races don't exist. Yeah, I do agree with that. There's no meaningful way to separate humans into races. Not because I don't want to offend Russians, but because when I use orcs, I also kind of imply that there are Russians and there are orcs. Like those two things are not the same. Yeah, like that too. Like when, I think it was actually a message in chat just recently, right? Like not all Russians are orcs. It implies that there's a clear difference between the two groups. I don't think there is. I really don't think there is. It's more of a fluid situation with a lot of them passively at least fitting into the imperialist part of the society, and then like just a tiny group of them that do not. But I feel that designating this one group as Russians is a bit problematic. I feel you're saying, oh, actual Russians are like the Russian volunteer corps and, you know, Russians fighting on the side of Ukraine. Those are the actual Russians and the rest is orcs, which is a bit of an interesting defense to run for the Russian identity as a whole. Albania wants to build a Vatican City microstate for Muslims? No, what the fuck? No. Whoa. I mean, I'd love to see them try. I'd love to see them try. Russians have orcs, Estonians have orcs, Latvians have orcs, Israel has orcs. Yeah. But at that point it also does depend on how you define orcs, maybe, and also what you place them against. Like, are you saying they are Russians? Or are you saying they are orcs and then they are Russians? They are allowed to wear what they want and drink alcohol. Yeah, that too. Like, Muslim beliefs are different in different Muslim countries. It's like in Bosnia how they're more chill on it. What's the show? The show, like the stream itself? I just love following news from the, well, mostly European Union, but also a bit to the east. Oh shit, saw this. Heartbreaking. Absolutely fucking heartbreaking, my man. And then you see, have you guys seen the like videos of what these cities used to be before? It's so sad, I don't know. Like, it could happen to all of you. This could be your fucking city. You know, the place where you live could be that. Just nothing. Just completely fucking destroyed. It's heartbreaking. Call them whatever you want. Some dehumanization is probably even helpful in that case. Oh yeah. Otherwise of that, it's probably not good for the rest of us to do it. Yeah, that's true. That's also a good argument. That like the ways that Ukrainians engage in anti-Russian behaviors is not really the way that maybe you should, but it really, really depends on which behaviors we're talking about. Like when it comes to certain edgy jokes and everything, I feel when it comes to Ukrainians, it's really, really allowed. But especially if you're trying to like create a societal change, a political change, and to bring your country on the path of support towards Ukraine, maybe you should think about certain jokes that you're making if you're trying to get like a bigger support when it comes to that. So yeah. Wouldn't a Vatican City be like in Mecca or Medina? Yeah, that's what I assumed, but I don't know. I have no idea. They just see drinking as a sin, which is between a believer and a god, and all believers sin. Yeah, but see, that reminds me. Where's my obsidian? That reminds me of a reading I did regarding the topic of alcohol in Christianity. Wait, I'm gonna show it to you. This is discrimination based on something that can't be changed, place of birth, physical characteristics. What's the difference between calling a Russian an orc and a black person a monkey? Well, I would assume a big difference is that Russians are attempting to commit a genocide against Ukrainians right now. I would say that's the first problem. They're attempting a genocide. Let me find my reading. It was okay. Nice. Found it. What's the word that I'm looking for? Found it. Basically, you guys know. Should I just like show you? Should I just open Obsidian here so you see what I'm looking at, so you're not like just hearing me read it out? This is my Obsidian. This is my Obsidian, and the part that I'm reading is the part right here, alright? It's very, very important that you follow with me through this. So basically, I was looking at marriage at Cana. Because it's mentioned in this Sophie's World book that I'm reading currently, which is like an introduction basically to philosophy. So what she's doing is, it's like a little girl and she's having this like mysterious friend who is teaching her about philosophy from different parts of the world, and then, you know, you kind of learn with her. And she was learning about the story about Jesus turning water into wine, and how, you know, how the same myth was also mentioned previously in certain mythologies. So it was like a rather common thing at the time to just claim, oh yeah, this miracle worker managed to create alcohol for us. Absolutely fucking great. But what I've been looking at from that is that this has been taken as evidence of Jesus' approval of marriage and earthly celebrations, and has been used as an argument against teetotalism, which is the idea that you shouldn't be consuming alcohol at all. Like at all. And apparently, I thought that this was a belief that all Christians hold, but it is not. It is a rather small part of Christianity, actually. Because the fact that the Lord himself has allowed Jesus to do this miracle, to turn water into wine, shows that the Lord thought it was okay, it was lawful, and not only that, it was pleasing to God that these people are taking part in innocent recreations and harmless pleasures. Right? He knew what this wine is going to be used for, and he was like, yeah, guys, go and celebrate. This is great. You're allowed to do this. You're allowed to partake into this, of course, in like a normal amount, but you're allowed to do this, and it is not something that I will be fighting against. So, you know, I thought that was rather interesting, and when it comes to Muslims, especially like Muslims in Bosnia, who are a lot more lax on the whole conversation about alcohol, I do feel this is something that you hear in conversations a lot. Like the idea that no, God would not like you to completely have to abstain, right? He's okay with you enjoying yourself. Of course, you should be enjoying your life to some extent. That's fine. That's absolutely all right. Jesus wouldn't turn water into wine if God disapproved of wine completely. So, heard people talk about Sophie's World, never read it. It's okay. It explains it in quite simple ways. I have read the book and then I started reading it again to make like the, this is me like going through all the, and then I got the PDF. If you want the PDF, I can like give you the link. I'll save that too if I ever want to go through the damn thing. Wait, let me actually. It's like, wow, I found it on I think Wikipedia, so it should be okay. It should be like okay for it to be accessible. But quite a good book, it genuinely explains it all in very simple terms. So if you're looking for some balls deep look into philosophy, it's not going to give you that. It's not as complex. What I do love about the book is that you look through, like I've saved this part where like she compares the human brain to a computer, and then I was looking into Stephen Hawking interviews, and I remembered the one I kind of connected the sentence from the book with the interview, so then I saved it here too to have the interview saved, and so I can just like remind myself of the existence of it later. I don't know. So what I do is like I save the quotes and then I save what I've looked into when I found them. So if you do something like this, which is like very, very kind of the zero friends way to read the book, you're going to have a lot of things to research. But if you're more of a chill reader, if you're more of a normal person, you're going to be able to go through the book rather quickly, and you're going to be able to get the basics, right? It's really good to get the basics, and then from the basics you go and do deeper research. Actually, first time I read it because I was on Topsen stream. Don't know how many of you guys were there. Topsen was doing a live stream where he was asking ChatGPT about philosophy. And I was like, man, I know nothing about philosophy. I know nothing. Like so many terms that he mentioned, I knew nothing about it. So then I just went and, started doing my own research on the side, and he got me to buy the fucking book. It's somewhere here, actually, like the actual Croatian version. Reading books, it's so boring. You know how you do it? You know what's a great way to do it, actually? Figure out what you are interested in, and then get some stupid books. Get some dumb books. I have one really stupid book that I'm using to manipulate my relatives into reading, and it's called 1000 Feelings That There's No Name For. It's a stupid book. It's like 0 IQ book. It's something that like you sit on your toilet while you're taking a shit and you don't want to be reading from like the deodorant labels or whatever. So you take one of those 0 IQ books and you read them. So you like start reading and you're like, oh damn, this is actually kind of fun. And then you grab something a bit more interesting. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is to figure out really, really good books that are written in more simple ways. Like for me, for example, the way that got me really, really into reading was Cosmos by Carl Sagan. It's a beautiful book. It's my favorite book ever, the favorite book that I ever bought. And it was expensive. It's a big thing. But Cosmos by Carl Sagan, fantastic, right? Not too complex, though. It's a really easy book to read through. Not complex. It's not going to get you confused. And the way that he writes, it's really good because like it makes you interested in what he's going to say next. So you're really, really hooked to this if you like, of course, science and stuff like that. Also, I'm trying to currently get some more people into reading by getting this really, really good book. This is my treasure currently. This is my treasure. This book, I would kill for this book. I love the fact that I got this book. Managed to grab it off an auction, and it was written by It basically wasn't supposed to be written in a way. It wasn't supposed to exist. The book is a collection of writings from one of our victims of bullying in Croatia. Not bullying, an attack. The man was killed. The kid, technically. He was the kid at the time. He was killed. He was walking in the capital city late at night, ambushed by a bunch of teenagers, and they beat him up, and then they stole money from his pockets, which was like around €1 amount. That's what it was. A heartbreaking story, but what happened is his friends and his family, they collected all of his writings, all of his little illustrations that he was making before, and they made a book, and that's the book, and it has like all of his poems, it has little comics and everything, has this one, has the one that would, one part that would get him really, really cancelled in today's age, but you know what I mean, it's like a really deep book. It's a really, really strong, really, really deep book, but it's written in a very, it's a collection of kids' drawings. He probably wouldn't have written it so simply if he actually intended it for it to be published. But I think something like that also is really, really good to get you into reading and into the fact that there's a lot of emotions you could be experiencing when, you go and consume this type of content. It's like, it's really, really interesting. Don't know if the camera is turned around, but so yeah, overall, get something simpler. Get either like really, really stupid books or really smart books that are written simpler ways so you can get yourself into the habit. And then as you get into the habit, it becomes easier and easier. Books kind of more. Yeah, I genuinely think it's about the genre. I really, really think it's about the genre. It's like my boyfriend for a while, he had this idea that he hates anime. He was like, oh, I absolutely despise anime, fuck anime. And it was about the genre. And I told him it was about the genre, and he didn't trust me. He was like, no, I fucking hate anime overall. And then he stumbled upon a video review of an anime that he actually found interesting, and now he has like few of them that he wants to be watching because he is interested in like the specific story that is explored in this anime, right? And when it comes to books, it's really, really similar to that because, for example, if you are having fun with reading UN resolutions, I've started reading a book recently, and it's a book on what's the word? How's the translation? Sociology inside Yugoslavia, right? So what the book is about is basically it's trying to look into all of the sociological researches that were done within Yugoslavia in the decade before it crumbled, and then it's trying to like investigate it's trying to like create a coherent image of what different people at the time in different republics thought about Yugoslavia overall and how they behaved and how the existence of Yugoslavia has, been seen by them as either something good or something bad for their existence. Something like that I feel is really, really interesting. And then especially if you're a person who really, really likes to go into fights about the existence of Yugoslavia itself, it's something that helps you kind of build a more coherent argument. And I feel, the reason why you're not finding reading interesting is because maybe mostly you're being given books that are not that. Maybe you're being given, like, novels. I have a lot of novels. I have some incredibly easily written... I don't even know what it is. It's just like, it's a romance novel, but not really. It's not romance. Slice of life, almost. But they're really, really boring. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about these characters someone made up and then put them into a situation that they made up. I don't really care a lot about books like that, Most of them are really badly written. Most of them are just cheap copies of classical literature at this point that already exists. Like, if you're into fantasy, you know this. A lot of fantasy books existing today are basically Lord of the Rings or Twilight with names changed. That's what, nothing else really. There's nothing else. There's no more substance to them. There's no point to these books getting written really. There's nothing. There's not a unique idea that they're approaching. There's not a unique relationship that they're approaching. You're not getting any new, fresh feelings from them. It's just a rather boring book. So I think that's mostly a problem when it comes to people and what they kind of thing they dislike about reading overall, is that you haven't really found the genre that's for you. Oh, thank you, Orange, thank you. In Soviet Union, to get good education, you had to read Commie Party resolutions. Oh, my mother always complains about the fact that they had to learn Marxism. They had to learn Marxism in Yugoslavia schools, and they had to actually treat it as a valid ideology, and she's still salty about that. She's always talking about that, how like Marxism was bullshit. Everything else in school she was actually rather good with, and she supports introducing certain parts of education during times of Yugoslavia to today's schooling, which I even can agree with her on. But Marxism, she absolutely hates it. I don't understand where if I read for too long, the lines of text kind of merge together and my head starts hurting trying to differentiate the words. Oh, I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. I can listen very well. Oh, that's great. You can like get audiobooks then. I've heard of some incredible audiobooks existing out there. I prefer recent and up-to-date news. Books tend to be in the past. Oh yeah, I feel that it depends on how much you're able to understand the context of recent and up-to-date news. For example, I bought a book recently, haven't still read it though, but I'm planning to write an Obsidian thing on it too, because I feel it's going to be a deep research. But I bought a book on the Iran. I bought a book that is looking into the history of Iran, and it's looking into the history of like religious groups and you know, how it basically created Iran that it is today. And one of the reasons I bought it is because I genuinely don't think I understand what's going on a lot. I don't think I understand the history of the country too much. Usually reading a book is like a more expanded version of like reading a random ass Wikipedia article, because Wikipedia I find it to be kind of boring to read, but books I find that they have to be a bit more coherent in the ways that they present ideas, so it's like easier to go through them, and then from them you write down notes, like I've written in the Obsidian thing, right? You write down notes, and then from these notes you go and do your own research on the side, and then like you're able to build a deeper understanding. So when you see something going on in the news, you're able to go, aha, this is going on in the news today, and I should be feeling this way about it because this is what led to the situation, right? So you're not so easily swayed by people claiming it's all a CIA plot or whatever. Gender-bent version of the 2000 years old lolly? Twilight? Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. Oh, science fiction horror. I used to love that shit. I used to love that shit. I do have some thrillers. I have some thrillers. I have some crime books. Good for read. I do use them for when I don't feel like doing my research. I use them for that. Although recently I started reading, rereading is it a crime book? Thriller book? I think it's a thriller technically, because it has some supernatural in it, and I'm not a big fan of it. But there was this thriller book that I read back in like high school. Hated half of it. Loved loved the first half, hated the second half, because this is where they introduce some like aliens or whatever the fuck. But before they introduce aliens, you think it's like a realistic retelling. I'm a big fan of non-fiction. I don't really like fiction books too much. And it has a detailed account of how you prepare a body for a funeral. Like the main character of the book, there's been a movie made of this book, maybe you've seen it. it was like not really popular, but existing for a while. But the main character works in his family's funeral home. And several times in the book it is explained like what procedures they go through. And I did recently start rereading the book to like check if the procedures are proper, because I'm really interested in that, to be honest. It was like quite a gruesome but also really interesting way to describe them. So you can always do research from even that, and maybe like doing more research like that makes you read more books because you're looking for little pieces of information you can get from them. I love Wikipedia too. I adore Wikipedia. I think it's really important to know how to use it well, and I don't think a lot of people are too good with using it well. A lot of famous philosophers still have their teachings and thoughts living to this day. Socrates' world of forms is pseudoscience by definition, but having to understand what it is and why it doesn't work remains important. Yeah, absolutely, stuff like that. Like, it's really important, and also to understand how we kind of moved away from a more mythical understanding into more scientific understanding, even though science was wrong. I mean, not really wrong, it was the best they could do at the time. But it's really important to understand the importance of like moving away from gods did it to, no, it wasn't actually the gods, it was the element. It was the elements that we have around. It was water and it was air, and they created this phenomenon. It wasn't a god making it happen. It was the elements that we have in nature making it possible to happen, right? Even though the science of elements, they ain't really true, it's good to know how important it is that we had it. So yeah, that. Have I seen... What is that? I think no, and I want to know what it is. Man. Well, like a
papers indicates that there are no takes of
documentary
from China at the moment, so we have 40 minutes.
我女朋友到了吗？王主席在后面，我们先进去。
观众朋友您好，欢迎收看明日电视晚间新闻，我是夏雨珊。首先带您来关心。 今天清晨，中国人民解放军一架运8反潜机越过南海，行经台湾东南海域，在雷达荧幕上突然消失。中国以搜救为名封锁了台湾海域。
江哥，他们说国军已经弃守，解放军在金门登陆了。
那社群媒体现在都在传说总统坐飞机逃走，
什么消息都不播。哎，雨珊，我们直接进画面。
台湾时间今天下午起，美日韩各大媒体都将台海危机列为每节新闻头条。各国智库普遍认为这是中国对台湾的宣战举动。最新消息，国防部目前正准备召开记者会，预计将对中共运8反潜机坠海事件向国人进行说明。带您关心一下现场最新状况。
好的，主播、各位观众，国防部发言人即将要到达现
江
场。
哥，所以真的要打仗了？那我们还要在这边报新闻吗？
来，我们可以逃去哪里呢？来，大家集思广益一下。
An entire series? Is that what it is? Upcoming 2025 Taiwanese speculative fiction television series set against the fictional scenario of a People's Liberation Army invasion of the island of Taiwan? That actually sounds almost interesting. The elderly president of Taiwan loses re-election to a younger female challenger and prepares to hand over the office. As the political transition is underway, A submachine warfare aircraft goes down in the waters southeast of Taiwan, implied to be an act of internal sabotage as part of a false flag operation, with the plane's sole surviving injured crewman being rescued and picked up by a nearby warship. Oh, under the guise of conducting a search and rescue operation for the missing plane, China implements a naval blockade surrounding Taiwan, leading to the complete halt of international shipping to the island and a subsequent stock market crash and bank run. Wow, that's actually interesting. United States and Japan increased their military readiness levels as the Taiwanese military mobilizes in preparation for the invasion, with foreign governments starting to evacuate their citizens from Taiwan. A hybrid warfare campaign begins spreading disinformation through sympathetic influencers on social media to erode Taiwanese morale, while Chinese hackers hijack Taiwan's local broadcast media, using AI-generated deepfakes of the Taiwanese president declaring war on China to deceive Taiwan citizenry into surrendering. I don't know, I actually find it quite interesting. I find it quite interesting. Full-length trailer, holy shit, that's a long thing. But wait, I find that interesting. When was it? Preparation for the series began in December 2022. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me because it feels to me like it was inspired by certain events in the Russian invasion on Ukraine. Oh, director! The director explains that after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, he considers Taiwan to be the most likely next flashpoint. The drama is not presenting the truth, but metaphor as to how we might react to the challenges in reality. I don't know. I can see that. I can almost see that. There's one Hong Kong actor. There's one Hong Kong actor who plays the character of a Chinese Communist Party operative, right? Who is going to infiltrate Taiwan. So he's Chinese Communist Party operative from Hong Kong. He goes to infiltrate Taiwan to help China invade, right? And he says it's embarrassing to play such a role, but it wasn't difficult to act it because there are many such people in Hong Kong. Like, I don't know, I feel it's really, really interesting, and I'm feeling that's quite a realistic approach that they could have taken on it, really. I'm not too opposed to the idea of exploring this, and also not really opposed at all to the fact that they are trying to mimic certain things that Russians are already doing. They're trying to, you know, place them over possible Chinese actions. I'm not against that at all. That feels really, really interesting to me. Yeah. It says 2025, so when it comes, make sure to watch it. Godification.
In fact, in Robert Chambers' short story, The Mask, we get perhaps the only
of a phenomenon where the decadent movement with yellow was shown as the hollow, ugly, nihilistic movement it was.
Other glimpse of the play itself outside of the poem Casilda's Song. A tiny excerpt right at the story's start where a pair of characters speak with a mysterious stranger at a masquerade ball. When asked to remove his disturbing mask, he answers simply that he is not, in fact, wearing a mask. This seems to be the turning point in the play, where the nature of this mysterious interloper is revealed and the King in Yellow comes forth. Act 1 ends with the agonized screams of those who've beheld him echoing through the dim streets of Carcosa. I can't speak for Chambers, but to me this feels like a pretty powerful metaphor. You can take this as an interpretation of what the decadents were doing. These were people who eschewed any concept of meaning or higher truth. You could say that, in a manner of speaking, they killed God. In trying
Wait,
to
I
build
feel
their
I need
paradise,
to like
their
read the whole thing
Carcosa.
here. Holy shit. Is this character really just another eldritch, tentacle-ridden Lovecraftian horror, or is there something more going on here? I feel I need. Is that a book? I feel I want the entire thing.
Along the shore, the cloud waves break. The twin suns sink behind the lake. The shadows lengthen.
Oh, by
in
the way, talking about
Carcosa.
books, I had to show you something else.
This is an excerpt from a poem called Casilda's Song.
Casilda's Song. Wait, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna save this. I'll have to look into that. I'm very, very interested in what this is. Really, really interested in like poems being used as a way of political and social commentary without like, you know, clearly pointing out at what the issue is. I'm really, really interested in that. Talking about that, I have to show you a channel. I don't know the name of it, but I will find it. Found it when I was looking for a, by the way, it's this channel. A good way to get you more into reading, another thing to get you more into reading, is that, and I feel this works differently depending on how good you are with spoilers, but a really good thing to do is to read the reviews of a book before you start reading them. So like, don't start reading the damn book. Read the reviews, and then from the reviews, like, that's why I'm going to be reading The Good Earth soon. It's because I read the reviews of the book. I didn't really care about the book. I had it in the library at home, right? I have it as a part of the library, and I never really cared too much about it. So yesterday, what I did is I went to a bunch of reviews, and I just like scrolled through them, and it actually got me interested into the book itself. It got me interested into the stories it portrays. So try doing something like that. This channel, good channel for book reviews. And when we're talking about social political documentary, I don't know how many of you are have read The Little Prince. I hope you've read it, because it's really, you know, kind of a basic book. I think I have like 5 different iterations of this. So I hope you're gonna know what I'm talking about. There's a specific part of the book, and it's right here.
2 active and 1. He weeded the invasive baobab trees, whose
You never know.
He weeded the invasive baobab trees, whose roots threaten the prince's planet, seen as a metaphor for the threat of Nazism and fascism, and one of the reasons the Vichy government banned the book. The Little Prince...
Basically, yeah, it has this part where he's like, he has to be taking care of the planet, and you have to weed out these humongous trees. You have to weed them out. Every time you see like a little weed, you see a little evidence of them popping up, you have to pull it out. Because if you don't pull it out immediately as you see it, it's going to grow, and it's going to grow stronger. And then as you see, it's going to create this sort of a planet which is just overtaken by those trees, right? Because you didn't take them out when they were tiny, and when you were able to take them out, now you're just unable to compete against them anymore, and they have overtaken the entirety of the planet. Which is a way for him to comment on the, you know, social and political reality of the era, and which is why the book was banned. So I think something like that is really, really interesting. Like, you know, these kind of very important topics shown to you on a more of a artistic level that you are able to resonate with. Let me see this, by the way. What is that? What is that? Hey, hello. Pozdrav, pozdrav. What is that? Never seen it. It looks incredible. The fuck is that? Where did you get it? I want it. Why did you get it, and how do I get it? How the fuck? But the alternative is to read just the end of the book if you want spoilers. There's a problem though. There's a problem, and it's that in a lot of books, the end doesn't explain the message to you, right? Like, for example, with the Little Prince and the baobab trees. They're not the main thing in the book. It's not like at the end of the book, he's like, oh yes, so I have now revealed to you that you must be killing these weeds the second that they approach. You're not gonna get that on the last page of the book. You're gonna get something quite a lot sadder, but that doesn't matter. But you're not getting it from the end of the book. So you have to actually read the entirety of the book, and then one part of the book is this message. Like in The Good Earth, for example, the entirety of the book is basically a slice of life in the life of Chinese people. But then you have like different parts of it explaining to you the realities of warfare and how people from areas that hit with a war are going to be attempting to benefit from the war. Basically, how many people you will have trying to like steal each other's land or stealing each other's properties just because there's warfare and there's unlawfulness. And then you have some people trying to hold it all together and trying to hold the society, still somewhat coherent and helping each other. And you always have some trash between that is just trying to go for their singular profit. And it's a really interesting like description of that. Really, really interesting to read, right? But it's not something that you're going to get from just like reading the end of the book. You have to actually go through the entire story, basically. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with ads. It does the flashes quite often. I don't know what it is. I genuinely have no idea why it's happening. That is the whole collection? Holy shit, those are beautiful. I'm fully... I have no Lovecraft books as of right now. You've just reminded me. I was hunting Stephen King books last month. Didn't get a single one. But I did get a whole Vladimir Nazor collection. So I'm kind of happy about that because my reading on Croatian literature is also a bit behind. And I'm really, really looking forward to... of course, I'm first going to be reading essays about the books and then I'll be reading the books. But I'm really interested in getting the books and then writing down little notes on mostly like the social situation of the era. I'm really, really interested in that. But you've just reminded me, I don't have a single Lovecraft one. These look absolutely gorgeous. Like, look at this shit. What the absolute fuck? That is incredible. What did I want to click on? Book for children. Here-ness subterfuge. Here is the most controversial book ever. Which book? See the flashes again.
The most divisive children's book in history. It's been ranked in both the top best and worst children's books of all time. Some have said they've always hated the story. It's been called depressing, sexist, and even horrible. A horrible book.
And even
but also
horrible.
Beautiful, touching, and
Which book?
Inspiring. The Giving Tree. It's The Giving Tree.
The Giving Tree? Wait, isn't that the tree that like gets cut in the end? Is that the one? Am I do I know what story this was? I'm not sure that I know what story it was. We read something similar to that in elementary school, right? Like there's this little kid and then he gets apples and he like gets shade from the tree or whatever the hell. And then does it get like made into a bench or something? I think it's that. It gets made into a bench or something. Yeah. It gets cut down. It's made into something wooden. And then at the end, it's like a stump. And there's the old man. And he's like, I'm having trouble walking. I really want to sit on my old man ass. And the stump is like, hey, you can sit on me. I'm perfect. And then he sits on it. And it's like the entire story is just the tree giving more and more and more. And yeah, I don't know. At the end, it still gives more. And that's it. That's the entirety of the story. Have never actually seen a review of it. It was one of those stories that you like read in passing and don't really think too much about. So this would be really, really interesting. This would be really, really interesting. Thank you for the video. Holy shit. It's like 40 minutes. I do have to leave in half an hour. But man, I really, really want to see this. Village was not cared enough and parts were growing potato, tomatoes, stuff grew in invasive grass. which is now as tall as corn. Oh shit. And really strong, like thin, hard tree, but green. Oh shit. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, because we had that. I think we had that. The same, what's the word? Type of weeds here when we returned, and people had to cut it with like, I don't know how you call it. Like these. You couldn't cut it with like, with these proper shits. No, you had to implement these and like stronger, proper ones, to cut down these weeds. It was just grass, but it was so much of it, and it doesn't cut easily with like the proper shit that you use for grass cutting. So what happens is, if you try to go at it with one of these things, it kind of wraps around, and it just like kills your machine. It's going to wrap around, and it just gets stuck, and then it can't work anymore. So what you have to do is actually put in one of the proper stuff, and you have to cut it slowly from the outside. So you just do the entire field slowly from the outside, making sure that you never go too deep enough, because the second you go too deep, it gets stuck. It's really hard to cut that shit. So yeah, if that's what you're talking about, if we had the same type, and I'm pretty sure we did, Mama is going to suck. Meaning is to be completely removed from the original story. It's meaning digested, distilled in its purely instinctual form. Focuses on the giver, reacting to the taker from its perspective. Magic 3, an abused victim, an overcaring mother. It's about the environment, and it's about everything else it could be made to fit to. That was the first time you heard the story? The fact that children's book is so simply written, but such a capable tool, makes me confident in calling this one of the best stories ever. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel that makes sense. Yeah. Like, you see different situations in this story depending on how it resonates with you specifically, right? So like, little kids understand it differently than an adult was, and a person who was in an abusive relationship understands it differently than someone who doesn't really have an understanding of how those relationships work. Absolutely. Which is also why I've seen a really good YouTube review of this, and I don't know where, but it was a review on like why children's books are so important. Maybe it was even the Great Books Explained channel. I'm not sure. But it was a conversation about why children's books are so important. Because very often children's books are kind of seen as, the simpler part of books. It's like, they're simple and they're easy to read, so little kids can understand them. And when you have something that simple to read that even little kids can understand, it's very often like being mocked and being seen as not serious enough. But in reality, stories like that are really important, because you implement them into a child, and then later on through life, when they think of these stories, they're going to have different ways of approaching them and different ways of understanding their current situation through them, right? So it's really important when you assign reading to children in schools and stuff like that. You give them really good stories like that do give them valuable lessons, even if the lessons are not something they can understand. Like when I was a kid and when I read The Little Prince, I didn't know what fascism was. I didn't understand what the point of it was. Absolutely not. But then what happens is you research the book for your school reading later, and you're like, yeah, I know this book. Surely there's not that deep of a message. It's mostly about living and dying, the point of your life. But then you go through like the different planets he goes to and everything, and after a while you reach the fascism commentary, and you're like, oh, that makes a lot of sense actually. That does make a lot of sense. This is actually a very important lesson that I'm now able to understand. And I don't know, it just kind of makes it really stick, quite differently from, I don't know, I hate books that have no deeper thing to look into. Pararan. Little Prince, planet, trees. Oh man, yeah, he always kills those trees. He always kills those trees that are trying to take over. Budano and I will deal with it. Oh shit. Visa approved? That's the... I'm kinda... Oh my man. I'm actually feeling this one. I feel it's kinda cool. Those cutters with jointed teeth are death traps. All of those cutters are death traps. Be very careful when you're using them. Be very careful when you're using them. And also, you're gonna kill some animals with it. You're gonna kill some fucking animals with it if you're not careful enough, and especially if you're trying to cut down grass in a heavily forested area, which is what every area looks like after a village has been left unattended for during a wartime, right? Like I remember here just like stories of people accidentally, like you go with it and you don't know there's an animal nest there, or you don't know there's like little animals that are living on your property and they're now trying to escape because they don't fucking know what you're trying to do and they don't know what you're cutting. You're going to be creating bloodshed if you're not careful enough about it. So you have to really, really make sure that you kind of know the terrain and know what's walking around and you can shoo them away previously. Because there's some really stupid animals out there. Really dumb ones. And again, if an area, like we had a situation here in the village, Serbs were living in expensive houses. They didn't tend to the farms. They didn't tend to houses on the more of outskirts to the village. They basically just like had brothels and everything in the middle of the village. And every street outside of the middle of the village was abandoned. And it created like a situation where wild animals were just roaming around and they didn't get used to like how they have to behave when humans were around. So you have specifically when it comes to deer, when it comes to, is it a fawn in English, like a baby deer? They're really stupid when it comes to the way they treat danger. Because what they do is they just like huddle down in the grass and they wait. That's what they do. And it works if it's like a bigger animal trying to hunt them, because you like hide and you don't make a sound, and then the bigger animal just leaves because it forgets you're there. But if it sees you running away, it's gonna chase you and it's gonna know where you are, right? So when it comes to that, it's a smart way to deal with it. But when it comes to humans, you gotta go. You gotta run. You gotta leave the area. If there's a machine coming your way, you gotta move out of the way. And they don't really know that they should be moving out of the way. So we did have a situation of them like getting run over with like tractors or stuff like that, because they just don't know any better really. So over time we did implement stuff like people going in first and like shooing all the animals around, or like checking in if you have like an area that you're going to be working on. First you go and like check if there's any holes or whatever. Foxes usually they like dig holes in the ground, and then you have baby foxes in these holes, and they only start running when you are really, really close, which also creates a lot of chance to hurt them accidentally. So yeah, you gotta have someone like checking all of this and clearing out the area, unless you want, I don't know, to be making dinner from wild animals, I guess. Favorite children's book? What? A brutal children's book from 1845. No, that one! I've seen the images of this one. I've seen the images of this one on Twitter. The fuck is that story? That is wild. One little boy refuses to eat soup for a few days and subsequently starves to death. Another insists on going out for a walk in the rain and flies away in a storm, never to be seen again. What is wrong with you people? Peter is a little boy publicly humiliated by his own slovenliness. He is depicted as crying and alone with his nasty hair and hands. Good life advice? What? Don't be a disgusting man who doesn't take care of himself. What the absolute hell? Yeah, but I did see some images from it, and that was German bedtime story. I'm not sure I want to see it.
There once was a boy who liked to suck his thumbs. His mother asked him to stop, but he wouldn't. So she cut off his thumbs. Now he has no thumbs. Good night.
Yeah, but like genuinely.
There
Genuinely. You guys are weird. You guys are weird. We don't do that. You guys are weird. It's very German. It's very hello. Scary. Balkan, I've seen politics. Let's start. Hey, you want to talk about Balkan politics? We can. What countries in Europe have the most entrepreneurial culture? I hope not Croatia. Estonia boasts a supportive business environment, simplified regulations, and a strong digital infrastructure, making it an attractive location for startups. I can see that. Croatia would be absolutely overtaken by corruption. Croatia would be the master in corruption if we had this. We're like, oh my man, we're like a kilometer away in steps from where you guys are right now. And this would be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. We just had more people arrested for corruption just a few days ago. Yeah, guys, support Croatia by buying some Croatian beer. Actually, true, proper. Support Croatia. Give us some aid. We need you to be buying some good beers. Buy some good beers. They're really like good beers. I hear from the expert, and I'm gonna be buying them myself to test it. Croatia would be better if it didn't join the Eurozone. I actually don't know if I agree with that. I think Croatia is doing rather well, to be honest. I think we're doing fine. Like, we are corrupt, but I think we're doing fine when it comes to, euros. A lot of villages in Italy basically built in what would have been a great lake bed if there already was water. So they got the water level reaching 1.8 meters. You know what that reminds me of? First, I've read something, but Slippers is not here, so I can't ask Slippers about it. But I've read something about the cities in Poland that are currently underwater, that they refused to build some sort of reservoirs for where the water is supposed to go when it grows that hard. And then now you have some cities in Poland that should technically be underwater, but they are not because they did build this. But you have cities that refuse to do it now being underwater because they haven't taken the necessary measures. That's the first thing. I feel a lot of it has come down to just us not taking the necessary measures to protect against this. But also another thing, and I think it's really, really good that you mentioned that they are building houses in lake beds. I live next to to a village that often gets flooded a lot. So it very often gets flooded, let's say first 3 rows of houses next to the water are getting flooded, right? And last week I was speaking to one of the women in the village. I didn't know where she lives. She lives much higher up, basically. Her house is not in danger. And I'm speaking to this woman, and she's buying a lot of shit, right? So I'm like, oh, are you preparing for the flooding? Because a lot of people from down by the stream, they have houses on those stools, They're a bit risen up in the air. So the actual house doesn't get damaged during the flooding. But you just do whatever you have down there. Most of them just use it as extra storage space. So when the flooding is coming, they put everything up. If the water does get even higher, then it does damage the house. But this is a bit of a protection, so the damage is not as bad. And I asked this woman, oh, are you also preparing for the flooding? Because people in these stool houses, They buy a lot of shit before the flood, because some of them are not able to get out of their house for like weeks when the flooding is going on. They usually have few people who have like rowboats. So these people are like the ones going to the store to get the grocery, and then they just like give groceries to every house that they pass next to. But you're not able to leave the house, especially if you're older. And the woman is like, no, I live much, much higher up. I've never gotten flooded. And she goes, actually, like the entire old part of the village is higher up. Did you know that? And I was like, no, I didn't know that. Like, the old part is up. And she's like, yeah, the old part is up. Because previously, people knew that every couple of years there's gonna be flooding, right? This year was predicted to be especially bad, but like previously it was also happening and it was also quite bad. So what people did is they built the old part of the village quite high up, so their houses wouldn't get flooded. But then what started happening in the last few years is the village became really popular for like city people to build weekend houses in. And a lot of them then stayed in their weekend houses as they got into pension. Like, they don't want to have the apartment in the city anymore, they like the nature and everything, so they repurposed the weekend house into an actual place to be living in. But because they built the weekend house too close to the water, they didn't know any better, or they didn't care. Now their actual house is like getting flooded every year, because they just didn't learn from the old people of the village on where to go and live, but instead they are city dwellers who had no idea. So I think a big part of it is that too, just like people not really learning from previous mistakes that their people made, and then not maybe living that close to a river that regularly overfloods. When heavy rain comes, their wooden houses just move like ducks in the lake. Okay, I don't know too much about that. I do know I was looking into USA house building a while ago when it came to, I think, tornadoes. And apparently there's like a whole thing with it's much easier to rebuild an entire house if you make it from flimsy materials than it is if you make it from actual firm materials like we do here. But like it's gonna get fucked up by a tornado regardless. So you might as well create something that's rather easy and cheap to be rebuilt, which I kind of see that. It's a shitty place to be living in. You know what I mean? It's a shitty place to be living in. It's like parts of Croatia that has houses, and they often get earthquakes. It's just a shit place to be living in. So really, like having a firm house, having a house built from really firm materials, it's not gonna save your house when an earthquake comes. We've seen entire buildings crumble from that. It's not really gonna save your house. Nothing's really gonna save your house. So you're kind of in a position where you have to figure out what's the easiest way for you to continue living there, or, just move away. Dutch, we built dikes for 1,000 years. Yeah, I don't know that. I'm not sure, because there has to be like a way to fight against it. Why not? Gigachad's restoring the old lake and marshland in the Eastern Europe region, where the communists drank the river almost entirely into the city system. Fuck, I don't even know. I'll have to look into that. Moron decided to use ChatGPT as a reliable source. Okay, yeah, proper. Have you guys read that news report about a family that bought like a book on mushrooms? They bought a book on mushrooms, like which mushrooms are safe for meat and which ones are not safe for eating. And they followed the book, basically, and they all got poisoned by a mushroom. They did survive, they just had quite severe health effects. And it turned out that the book was written by ChatGPT. No one knew that the book was written by ChatGPT. It wasn't written anywhere in the description of the book or whatever. So it's just a fucking ChatGPT book, and they put like random illustrations there that are not even belonging to like the actual mushrooms that the book is talking about. So like it talks, oh, this mushroom is okay to eat, and then it posts a picture of a poisonous mushroom. Man, just immensely dangerous. Brick houses are destroyed by tornadoes too. They fare better than wood houses though. Wood houses are cheaper to rebuild, plus you don't want brick projectiles flying around during a tornado. Yeah, that too. So like, you know, it's funny to like mock Americans for building wooden houses, but it kind of makes sense really. It's not that stupid of a decision. Amazon should have known. That's true. That's absolutely true. They should have known that. They should have known, and they should immediately look into everything else they offer once this has happened, because it's like a serious breach of consumer trust. It is ridiculous. Like if I'm buying something written by a stupid ChatGPT, I should be made aware of it. Automized cat litters. Oh shit, yeah, executing cats. Yeah, they just close. A dumb little thing though. I don't know, a stupid little thing. It's weird how much the danger from that I feel was kinda almost able to be foreseen. Also, again, a situation where you just shouldn't be selling that shit on your website. You shouldn't be having it on your website in the first place. But like, I read this one review with a woman who had kittens, and one of the kittens got caught up with these automized doors, and it was strangled. Is strangled the word for that? Yeah, it died from it, right? But like, it's how did you not figure this out? Why was this allowed to go on sale in the first place? How did no one think of that? That like a little tiny kitten is obviously not going to be enough for the sensor to figure out that there's something stuck there. Like if it was a bigger cat maybe, but a tiny kitten, no, this is extremely dangerous. Why was this allowed to go for sale in the first place? It should have never been there. So yeah, I don't know what Amazon did about it, but I hope they removed it completely. AI generated book identifier, charge Amazon endless money. Apparently, like if you look at the book on mushrooms, knowing it's written by ChatGPT, like it's rather obvious in parts. Like the family did say that certain sentences in the book seemed to like not really make that much sense. But you know how it is, like you read a book and sometimes you read something and you're like, huh? I'll go back to this. Basically, that's what they did. They were like, I'll just not get that mushroom because the description doesn't really make sense. So I'll go back to this later, you know? But yeah, then when you know it's like ChatGPT written book, then you're like, holy shit. Ignoring this was so dangerous, right? But you don't know, you don't even know ChatGPT books like exist on the fucking market, let alone that they are not marked. So, I feel you could actually do that job quite reliably. Just assume all of them are written by ChatGPT and yeah, you check all of them accordingly. Wood homes survive better in the West, where we have earthquakes because it flexes. Ah, that also makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I see that. Americans can build houses of wood because they never experienced continental wars, where they have to make their cities and towns into fortresses. I could also see that. It's just wooden houses work better for them, really. Like I think it's just a thing that we are finding funny to mock, but it works better for them. It's a good thing. Why am I getting fucking dishwasher things? No time for me. What is this? Is this sexism? Is this sexism? Would a man get this?
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
This is the man who makes that really good.
They're eating the dogs.
I know which one I'm thinking of. I'm gonna try to check. I'm not sure if it's him. Have you seen them, by the way? Have you seen them saying that Bosnians are eating dogs? Because they saw a video of lamb being prepared and they thought it was a dog because they didn't know lamb has a tail. It was one of the funniest Twitter interactions. So the man who posted the video of Bosnians preparing dogs to be eaten, if you click on his Twitter profile, his cover picture on Twitter is like religious themed lamb of God, and the lamb has a tail. And his entire thing is like, no, this can't be lamb because it has a tail, and lamb don't have tails. He doesn't know that they actually do. Such a stupid situation. But like, I was rather happy because it was a really, really good opportunity for Balkan people to collectively start hating on Republicans. So, you know, every sort of hatred towards the right-wingers trying to create more xenophobia is something that I support. Yeah, it's him. It's him. Knew it. I'm again getting washing products advertised to me. This is ridiculous. I should be getting some cars. Are you guys getting cars? Are you getting that British dude who parties? I used to be getting the British dude who parties, now I'm getting cleaning shit. This one.
Чогось наша славна Україна зажурилася, а ми тую червону калину підіймемо, а ми нашу славну Україну розпепелимо. Ой, у лузі червона калина похилилася.
How cool is that? Oh, the original ones warned they weren't suitable for kittens and small cats. The new versions are suitable for all cats. Yeah, I feel that should have been a thing from the start. I feel that should have been a thing from the start. Seems insane you would make them unsafe. Got YouTube Premium for like €2 via VPN to Ukraine. Oh, smart. Wait. How much is it in Germany? How much is it in Germany usually? How much is it in Croatia? Because like I feel €2 is the top I would be prepared to pay. Premium. €13? $12.99 a month? Bullshit! €13 a month! I thought it was like 5. €13 a month, which... €13 a month! Bullshit! Bullshit! €13 a month! Should be fucking illegal. Journalists of the Times have published the key points of the victory plan that Volodymyr Zelensky plans to present. providing Ukraine with security guarantees similar to Article 5 of NATO Charter. Okay. Continuation of Ukraine's Operation Kursk. Request for specific modern weapons, providing Ukraine with international financial assistance. Fair. Proper. Fair. The logic is to compel Russia to participate by increasing pressure on it. The crucial factor for changing the situation on the front remains the permission to strike deep into Russia with American weaponry. I can see that. I can see that. Do we expect Russia will be cooperating? I personally don't, but I feel Zelensky wouldn't either, so I'm feeling there's more to this plan than just blindly expecting Russians will, do something. Danish Prime Minister proposed abandoning any red lines in the conflict with Russia. Wait, Danish Prime Minister joins in? Who else has spoken out against this? I mean, great that they have. Great that they have, but damn. You have it? You pay 13 euros? Man, that's expensive. Brave browser still works to automatically block ads. Desktop and mobile. Oh, what's the downside? What's the downside? Is everyone using it? And there's no downside. I've just not heard of it. Yeah, no, I agree with fuck red lines. I haven't really seen a lot of. I mean, I'm happy if more Western leaders are talking about that. Harris is more aggressive than Biden. Hoping. I'm hoping she is. I'm kind of in the position of not really trusting anything until I see the numbers, but I'm hoping. Imagine seeing that thing flying at you, my dude. You get blasted and minced into cat food until you leave. Yeah, that's what we should have done from the start. Ridiculous with not. School children in Ukraine's temporarily Russian-occupied Luhansk are being coerced to go to war at the age of 18 by the occupation authorities. Man. Harris is kind of lost in foreign politics. I do feel a part of this issue, though, is the fact that she's trying not to go against Biden. I feel that's a part of it. Like, if she goes against Biden's policy right now too far, it could be seen as undermining her own party and her own president. So it's like attempting to stay on his side while still showing what sort of policy she would pursue. That's like the most charitable take I can have for this, really. And I feel it would make sense. But yeah, I am very interested in what she would actually be wanting to do. I'm quite interested to see if she's going to be stronger. Man. Macron calls for Europe to rethink relationship with Russia. Do I want to see that? I kind of do. And by the way, we were talking about AI. I have to show you a video on AI. I have to show you a video I have saved, and then I have to leave. A video on AI regulations. Here it is.
The European Union
See my
really
stupid
loves
ads.
a good piece of tech regulation. First, it was the GDPR, then the DMA, and then the DSA, and now we have the AI Act. Some of it hail it as a milestone, a major win, with Europe leading the way as the first to regulate AI globally. But others argue it's a step backward, claiming Europe is quick to regulate, but very slow to innovate. So who's right? Well, in this video, we'll break down what the AI Act is all about and explore both sides of the debate. The Act aims to ensure the human-centric and ethical development of artificial intelligence in Europe by laying down some ground rules. Essentially, the Act classifies AI into 4 levels of risk, with each level requiring a different degree of regulation. First, there's level 1, minimal risk. This category includes the majority of AI programs, such as AI-enabled video games and spam filters. These are so safe that they don't need any regulation. No red tape here. Next, we have level 2, limited risk. Things get a bit more interesting here. AI systems in this category include deepfakes and chatbots. The main rule, be transparent. Users need to know they're
Deepfakes are
chatting with
here.
a bot unless it's super obvious. For example, ChatGPT falls into this area. Then there's level 3, high risk. Now we're in serious territory. This covers AI in critical areas, where decisions and actions can have profound impact on people's lives. For example, transportation, where AI powers self-driving cars, making split-second decisions to keep you safe on the road. Or healthcare, where AI can assist in surgeries and diagnosis. A tiny mistake could have major consequences, so precision is key. Or education, where AI can be used to grade exams and assess student performance. Fairness is crucial here, so these systems must avoid bias, with human oversight ensuring just outcomes. Or public safety, where AI and surveillance technologies identifies potential threats. It has to respect privacy and avoid false alarms, protecting everyone without overstepping boundaries. With the new regulation, high-risk AI must undergo thorough risk assessment, use top-quality data, maintain detailed logs, and always have a human ready to step in when needed. And lastly, there's level 4, unacceptable risk. And here's the no-go zone. AI that plays judge and jury with your life, like social scoring systems, are strictly off limits. Take China's social credit system, where your behavior can earn or lose you points, affecting everything from your travel plans to your kids' school options. These kind of systems are flat out banned in the European Union. So what happens now? Well, the AI Act was officially implemented on the 1st of August 2024. The countdown has now begun for member states to take action. They have until the 2nd of August 2025 to appoint national authorities responsible for enforcing AI regulations and overseeing market surveillance. Then, come August 2026, the majority of the AI Act's rules will kick in. The European Artificial Intelligence Board will play a crucial role in ensuring that the Act is applied consistently across all member states. Alongside this, a scientific panel of experts will provide technical advice and issue alerts about potential risks. Companies that don't play by these new rules could be hit with some serious penalties. Think fines of up to 7% of their global annual turnover for the biggest rule breakers. But is the Act any good though? Let's start out with some of the benefits. First up, it's trying to keep us safe. AI's power is immense, but with that power comes serious risks. You wouldn't want an AI slipping up during your surgery, or a self-driving car confusing a river for a road. The AI Act is here to prevent those nightmares from becoming a reality. Second, it harmonizes standards across the EU and potentially the world. Any company operating in the EU, no matter where they're from, has to comply with these rules. This not only makes the regulatory landscape easier to navigate for businesses, but also ensures everyone is playing by the same rules across the entire region. But it's not all smooth sailing. Let's talk about some of the downside. Stifling innovation, which can happen for 2 big reasons: red tape and costs. First, the red tape. The AI Act could turn into a maze of paperwork, especially for high-risk AI. Picture this: in the US, you've got a cool new AI idea, and you're off to the races, getting it to market quickly. But in Europe, you might find yourself buried in forms and approvals, slowing everything down. It's a real creativity killer. And then there's the cost. Compliance with the AI Act isn't exactly cheap. For small and medium enterprises in the EU, it's estimated they'll need to spend between 1 to 2.7% of their revenue just to meet these regulations. That's a big hit for smaller companies, potentially giving bigger, richer players an unfair advantage. So what do you think of this new AI Act? Good for Europe or bad for Europe? Let us know in the comments.
I'm saying the last
please
issue
like the
only.
video and subscribe to our channel. And if you want to support us
Hey
further,
yo, Mustard, how are you doing? I'm seeing the second issue only, with like the big ones have an advantage because they're able to pay more to get their systems looked at and approved. I see that. I see that. Not really caring about the stifling creativity one, especially when it comes to like AI that is going into more dangerous areas. Let's say it like that. I feel the control over the damage that AI is doing in these areas is a lot more important than, ensuring every single patent can be seriously looked at. So I'm feeling overall GG. But also I'm kind of a hater of AI, so I think I've grown to like not really see it as too useful. Recently, I don't know, I'm not really a big fan. The ones used for really nefarious purposes will never be regulated. We will only know about them when it's too late. Yeah. But isn't that true now also? Like, we're not gonna know. It's not like someone's making it public that they're using AI for some horrible shit. They would definitely be trying to hide it anyways. So I'm feeling that the way that they're hiding it now is going to be the way that they are hiding it in the future too. It's like a problem of someone abusing the system never really disappears, right? We all could be AI, that's true. Hey, wait, I don't know anything about von der Leyen and theory clash. No, nothing. Oh, what happened? Let's see this. Wasn't aware of. Oh, directly blamed her for it.
As EU Commissioner for the Internal Market, blaming European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen for his resignation. Breton, an incumbent appointed to the executive portfolio in 2019 and expected to secure the top job again, made the announcement on social media platform X on Monday. The Frenchman claimed that von der Leyen pressured Paris to submit another candidate for the upcoming new College of Commissioners due to, quote, personal reasons. He wrote on X that he became aware of the alleged lobbying, quote, a few days ago. I have concluded that I can no longer exercise my duties in the college, he said. The European Commission did not immediately reply to a request for comment. Breton's resignation forces France to submit a new candidate for European Commissioner. It also deprives the Renew Europe political group of one of its most prominent representatives. The new College of EU Commissioners was expected to be finalised by the 1st of November.
Oh. She pushed French President Emmanuel Macron to pull Breton as France's nominee in exchange for a beefier portfolio. He told France Inter he considered that under these conditions he no longer had his place in this college of EU commissioners. It was me who resigned because I felt I had to do it. This is the strength of our model. Whether you are sent by Malta or France, you have the same weight. We must ensure that this balance is maintained and the discussions are horizontal and not vertical. I see his take on the French politics. Not too sure what I feel about this because I feel it's not the first time. The floppy-haired Frenchman. The floppy-haired Frenchman in charge of the EU's internal market. von der Leyen had enough. Following a series of public dust-ups with Breton, she told Macron during the phone call that she could no longer work with the French commissioner. France could either have a larger portfolio without his name attached to it or a smaller one with him. Given the new cards, Macron made his choice. I see that. Nah. Not too sure how I feel about her having the ability to just like kick him out because she doesn't like him. Yeah, he was forefront of some of the EU's most prominent actions of the past few years, helping to spur the production of enough COVID-19 vaccines, organizing the delivery of artillery shells, taking on Elon Musk in a high-profile dispute over what should be allowed on social media. It was his public criticism of his boss and his challenges to her authority that ultimately sealed his fate. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel she was in the wrong here. Also, it kinda annoys me that she's able to do this for a man who doesn't really respect her. It kinda annoys me she's able to do this, but then when it comes to Hungary, we're just like kissing their asses. That kinda annoys me. Like, why aren't you able to be that strong and strict with Hungary? Why are we trying cooperation with them? Why aren't you able to call for there to be no cash money given to them at all in funds? Why aren't you able to demand something be done about them? Because they're obviously a bigger danger to Europe, and they also like spit on you too much. But you're just like kicking out a man you don't really like. Why are you being harsh on France and not being nearly enough harsh on Hungary? And I'm not really sure. Yeah, I feel Hungary shouldn't have gotten anyone really though. I feel Hungary should just get fucked in the ass. Animal welfare? Oh my man, there's some jokes to be made about that. There's some jokes to be made about that. But, I don't know, it kinda annoys me. Like, why did Hungary get anything? Hungary wasn't supposed to get anything. Why are you giving them anything? And then you're just like, oh, Frenchies, how dare you not respect me? When these people have been pissing on you for the entirety of the last few years. I don't know, like the Hungarian politicians in power literally kind of rely on talking about European Union as if it's the greatest evil that the Western world has ever seen. And then you just, I don't know. I feel I would be respecting her decision quite more if if she was calling for Hungary to be expelled from voting in European Union or doing something, a lot stronger in that regard. If she was actually making moves in that direction. But it feels to me that we're kind of ignoring the problems and then dealing with people we don't like on a personal level, which is a bit high school. A bit high schoolish. That's what worries me. But by the way, I have to go. It's 1:14. I have to be leaving. I have to be running to make some food and to do some cleanups and to work on my library. If you have ideas, if any of you have a library at home, let me know what you did. Let me know how you put the shelves. Let me know what you did with it. I'm trying so hard to like figure out a way to properly organize it. I really want to be making my cocktail parties with book reading a thing. If we ever get to the podcast making phase, I want to be inviting people around just to like drink and read some Tito books. I feel that would be fucking amazing. So yeah, if you get any ideas, I did try to use AI. AI was not helpful. AI was horrible actually on that. I asked him, because I have like, what's the word for that? Like slanted roofs? It's like the roof goes like that in the room. So one part of the room is quite taller than the other one. And I tried to use AI to like give me an idea of what to do with the roof part because it's empty now, you know, and there's nothing on it. And I was like, can I like put something on it? Can I do something about that? I don't really know. So I asked AI, and AI like created a whole bookshelf which was somehow diagonally going with the roof, but also somehow not. And then it had like the ability to have a bunch of books on it, which I'm not even sure how you would be able to do it. Like, it makes no fucking sense. They had several rows of books on that fucking roof only. That you can't make that. Like with the no, where are you putting all of them? You cannot do that. So AI has proven to be not really helpful in my situation. Maybe to someone else. Maybe to someone else. Huge TV. I was thinking about those TVs. You know how you like put them on a stand in the wall or whatever, and then you like can move them around. You know what's the problem though? I'm kind of stupid as a person when it comes to things not being secured in the floor. I'm really scared it's gonna fall down. And I have several family members who have such a TV, and they don't have the same worries. So I'm guessing it's a stupid worry to have in the first place. I'm genuinely scared that like there's gonna be a tractor or something driving around the road, and it's going to like roar around, and my TV is just gonna fall down. I'm like terrified of that. I like stuff to be connected to the ground at some point, you know. I like for heavy, expensive things to be properly holding on to the floors. So I'll have to figure out a way to like, if I do that, so it's at least like visually supported into the ground so I can sleep soundly, because I will be losing sleep over it just floating in the air. 10,000 kilo force to pull a screw out of a wire. It's down. My man, you're gonna see. I'm gonna put a fucking TV there and it's gonna fall down. I was at my cousin's in Slovenia recently for a night, and they have a TV in the wall, and it was a rainy day that day, and there was some wind outside. You cannot imagine the panic I had for a part of the night, where I was just like expecting that somehow the like vibrations and everything from the outside is gonna cause the TV to like dislodge and just fall down and break into millions of pieces. Not even my fucking TV. I didn't pay for the TV. I wasn't close to the TV. Like, if it fell down, it wouldn't do shit to me. I was just terrified of a TV falling down. I need stuff. I'm like old people. I need stuff to be connected to the ground. I need it to be like firm, nice and firm. Walking on structures which are too thin for my weight. Man, I am terrified, because like I live on a floor. It's like we have the bottom floor of the house and then we have the top floor. I am terrified that like the top floor can only carry basically as much as it carries, and one day I'm just like, gonna be like walking around and like falling through it. I'm fucking scared of that. I'm a dumbass. I should be living in a house that's like really spread all over one singular floor, like really spread into the distance, so you don't ever have to go up, so you always stay close to the ground. There's something just so scary about being here. I feel like I'd never live in a building. If I ever live in a building, it's just gonna be sleeping without ever actually falling asleep, because I'm gonna wait for the floor to crumble down. Nah, the floors aren't even weak. I'm just really scared of them being weak without me knowing. Had to walk on fucking glass stairs, and as panic set in, they lost their structure and became more akin to a plastic jungle for kids. Holy shit. Glass stairs? I would not dare. Oh my man, you're braver than I am. I would not dare. We have an elevator in the city, and it has like a glass floor. I do not dare to go there. I always take the stairs, proper stairs, not glass stairs. I never dared to go in it. Like, I can see down. What if the glass breaks? What if I have like a pebble on the bottom of my shoe and I step on it and like it breaks and it goes down? Holy shit, I would be terrified. I did miss the part where it was Nightmare. I thought it was one of those aesthetic things. You know how they have like aesthetically pleasing shit that is all glass and glittery, but it's actually terrifying? He was plastic, not glass. Plastic would still be terrifying, though. Plastic would still be terrifying. A boathouse is a thing in Croatia? It is. It is. It is a thing in Croatia. Wait. Is boathouse what I think a boathouse is? Because if it's what I think the boathouse is, yeah. My man. My man. My man. You gotta come to Serbia. You gotta come to Serbia. One day, come to Serbia, alright? Serbs love partying on these types of structures. It's like the main party location in Serbia is one of these things on a river in every single like city close to a river. I had no idea about it until I came to visit my relatives a few years ago, and they were like, do we want to go to the, like, I think boathouse is the translation for that, right? It's either like proper boats like these or like more house floaty on water, stuff like that. But yeah, it's just a humongous club on water and they party in it. They had at least one situation that I know of in which the structure went underwater and no one died as far as I know, but you know, it was quite panicky for a while. So I wouldn't dare to go on them, but I know a lot of people go on them very regularly and they love them. Hell of a lot less terrifying than glass. Oh, no, man, I'm just scared. I'm just scared. Who would win, the houseboat or a 20-centimeter wave? They actually can survive quite a lot. It's just that not terrifying. I love the ground. I love the dirt. You know, I love being close to whatever. But also then I have a fear, and it's a stupid thing. I have a fear there's like a hole underneath my house. Partially brought in because there was this story I remember reading about. Have you guys read it? I think it was USA somewhere where like a huge hole just opened underneath a house and just like the house went down and that was it. And we do have underground waters and everything in the area, so I'm always like, is there like a humongous like hole dug in by these underground waters underneath my house, and it's just like waiting for a proper weight to be put onto it so it all just goes down. I feel I have certain issues when it comes to the things I'm panicking about, but on that note, we gotta end the stream. We will be streaming this Wednesday, same time as today. Same time as today, so be ready for that, I'll try to make sure to read all of the poems that we have saved, so hoping to be able to make some commentary for them because I'm really, really interested in reading that. And yeah, I think that's that. Enjoy your day. Have a nice time. Go make something really, really good for lunch.